dumb. But Shaman, yeah. Whichever the one that gives you max rage. The one that makes you recharge rage. Did they use on Lightning Deadeye after the initial patch notes? Fo was patching in Pathfinder earlier? They did. The thing was, this was basically, I think, what made Fub probably not want to play it as much. I mean, I'm sure he says it's still really good, right? If you watch his video on like what his best league starts were, he still thinks Lightning Arrow is still really strong. But the single target was nerfed massively. What's up, Gongor? Did I find a waifu? I did not. Oh, is it Shaman? I see. Yoza Grenzo. So, Japan. Funny story. So, waifu-wise, no waifus, and that was never the goal. But really funny story. So, I had a friend who really, let's just say, got really into maid cafes. You know, we brought him there because, like, hey, you know, first time in Japan, you know, let's go maid cafe. Haha, fun, good joke, right? Well, turns out the man really enjoyed maid cafes. So he tried to go to a maid cafe whenever he could. And what ended up happening was there was one night when we were roaming around in Shibuya, all right? Or not Shibuya, Ikebukuro. Roaming around Ikebukuro. Yo, so says thank you for the 6-month primer. I appreciate it. Talking about myself, no, it's not talking about myself. All right, we went to we were Ikebukuro, right? And then we were playing these crane games. There's a ton of crane games in Japan, right? And while we're playing these crane games, whatever, we're having a good time. We walk outside, prepared to go, you know, go to a bar, get some drinks, right? And then something that, yo, Ken, 22 months. Thank you for the 22 months, man. Welcome back. I did have fun. But yeah, we walked out. Oh my gosh. All the subs. Hated Greatness with the 3 months as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What's a maid cafe? Well, it's a cafe that has a bunch of maids in it, you know? People cosplaying as maids. But anyways, we're walking outside. We're walking outside of this crane game place, right? We're gonna go and I'll go head to a bar. And the thing you gotta know is in Japan, in places with like maid cafes or like hostess bars or like things like that, right? Ladies of the night, let's just say. Well, maid cafes aren't really ladies of the night, but still, you know, they want you to go there. They want, oh my God, Shadow, thank you for 2 gifties. Appreciate it. Yeah. We'll go outside, ladies, you know, walking around, and we see these 2 girls. It's like cold outside. Like temperature wise, it's probably around like, I think 10 degrees Celsius, 15 degrees Celsius, something like that, right? So it's relatively cold. We see these girls, right? They're holding up a sign and they're like shivering, right? And then my friend, who's really into maid cafes, he's like, yo, don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. It's like ironically, because he wants to go to maid cafe, right? So like, I just see them. I'm like, they look so cold. And I just go, you know what? Fine, we'll make your night, right? We'll go to a maid cafe. We're expecting these 2 girls to be maids. I walk up to them, I yap them up like, hey, you know, of course I'm speaking in Japanese, right? Hey, what is this, right? It's like, oh, you know, you gotta come, drinks, right? All you can drink 4,000 yen per person, right? It's about like $30 all you can drink for about an hour. I'm like, oh, sounds like a pretty good idea, right? Sounds like a pretty good deal. And my friend really wants to go to maid cafe, so I'm like, all right, you know, we walk with them. They bring us to their like, you know, place. We're like going up the elevator. I'm like, oh yeah, are you guys maids for this maid cafe? And they're like, oh no, this is not a maid cafe. This is a place where you drink, aka it's a girls bar. So it's not a hostess bar, okay? There's a clear line between a hostess bar and a girls bar, Okay. A girls' bar is kind of like a level above the maid cafe in terms of spectrum, right? You know, you have like a strip club, then you have like a hostess club, then you have like a girls' bar, then you have like a maid cafe, right? In terms of like how, I don't know, extreme it gets, all right? We're like kind of there. We're like level above the maid cafe at that point. So how this goes is they sit you down, right? And you get a girl next to you for that entire hour. It's all you can drink. But the thing is, you gotta buy them drinks. So it's like you pay the fee for all you can drink, which is $30 for an hour, which is not bad, right? But the problem is you gotta buy them drinks. So that's where the money gets drained from you. You also said he. And yeah. I sat there and we're like, shit, we're in this situation now, right? These girls are in, and they call them, they said they were a concept cafe, all right? A concept cafe is what they call themselves, which was why I was also like, oh, this is fine, right? A concept cafe is like basically a maid cafe, except it's like they have concepts, but it was not that at all. So now we're sitting here. My two other buddies, they do not know a lick of Japanese. So basically, there's three girls. None of them know how to speak English. I'm the only one that knows how to speak Japanese, which means I'm left to entertain three girls on top of buying drinks, on top of having to translate to my friends. But apparently, my friends had a great time. I guess that's all that matters, right? Girls were okay. You're let's just say at that time, okay? At that time, it was past 10 o'clock. Actually, was it past 10 o'clock? No, it wasn't. Well, either way, I asked them, okay? Important questions, all right? Important questions. How old are you guys? Important question. How old are you guys? One of them goes like, she goes like, oh, I'm like 20, I'm 21, or I'm 20. Yeah, right, you're 20. I'm 20, right? The other one goes, oh, I'm like 24, 23. I'm like 24, right? I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I look to the girl on the right of me, right? And again, this is a bar, so they are drinking, right? So I'm expecting them to all be of drinking age. I look to the girl to the right of me, and I'm like, how old are you? And then she does like a little shifty-eyed thing. She's like, uh, I'm 20. I mean, look. She does this. If she didn't do the whole shifty-eyed thing, I'm like, maybe it would be right. Maybe she was 20, right? But the fact that she went all shifty-eyed on me, I was like, there's no way you're 20. There's no way. She was just nervous. What's wrong? Oh no, okay. All I'm gonna say is, all I did was chat them up the entire night. All right, I just chat them up all night. That's all that happened. Nothing else happened. I got one of them to sub to my YouTube channel. All right, I got one of them to sub to my YouTube channel. But that was it. We just chatted. Apparently, the girl next to me was like, and I didn't notice this. My friends were like, "Oh yeah, the girl next to you was like putting her hands on you and shit like that." I didn't know. I was drunk. All right, I had a lot of drink. I didn't know anything. I didn't know about it. I didn't feel it. But apparently, that was the case. It was a legendary 10 bits 808. What the heck? I went to Shady Bar Shanghai. As soon as things got weird, I stood up and walked away. It wasn't weird in the sense like it was shady. All right. It was weird that because we did not expect to be in that situation. And then later, oh my God, the worst thing is Later down the line, right, about like 30 minutes in, this one, so we were the only dudes in the bar because it was a weekday night. It was a weekday night. Nobody else was there, right? Later on that night, probably like 30 minutes later, we hear the elevator come up, ding, right? We look to the elevator, and this dude comes in, big old backpack, black mask, wearing like sunglasses for some reason in the middle of the night. All right, big puffer jacket, wrapped the fuck up, right? He walks up with another girl, and then my friend has the audacity to look over to me and go like, "That ain't that one of them school shooter types?" I'm like, "Oh my god, brother, don't say that, dude. Don't say that, bro." That was you. Yo, so Daddy, thanks for bills. Thank you for hanging out. Getting a girls bar to subscribe to this channel seems like a crazy thing. Hey. All I'm gonna say is I paid good money for that place. At least let me have a sub. All right. Is Druid clickbait this season? I think it seems fine. Wolf seems fine. Bear seems fine. Dragon, Wyvern, maybe not. I'm gonna play Maple Story Classic. Oh, of course. We're on a list right now? No. Oh, also, she had okay. Oh, so one night, right? The night that I sent this to the Discord, this was the night that I was at the girls' bar. Let me see if I can find it. Was it here? Where the heck did I post it? Where did I post that freaking picture? I posted a picture of a goddamn omelet rice. Amu rice. Where'd it go? Here it is. All right. Yo, what's up, Uncle Jay? I posted this picture here. What animal is this, right? Give me your best guess, guys. What animal is this? Because I told the girls, right? I'm like, yo, we ended up here. My friend, he really likes maid cafes. We were expecting this to be a maid cafe, but it's not, right? And she's like, oh, we got an omelet rice that we can do. I can do the whole moe kyun thing. We're like, whatever, man. My friend wants an omelet rice. You know what? We'll go with it. It's freaking 2,500 yen, which is about $20, which is kind of insane. Red panda, cat, dinosaur. It's a roo. It's a pussy cat. Cat, Hamtaro. It looks like a cat, guessing a red panda. Nobody has guessed so far what this animal is. Because she had the audacity to come and tell me, because it's like she asked my friend, right? Because my friend was like, I want an omelet rice. I want to go to a maid cafe. So she had the audacity to ask him what his favorite animal is. And he said, dog. There's no way that's a dog. That's a lion? There's zero possibility that this is a dog. And I clowned the shit out of her for this. And she got mad. She was like, you're being rude. I'm like, I'm sorry. But that is not a goddamn dog. The whiskers make it a cat? It really does. It was ridiculous. That's all I'm going to say. Dogs have whiskers too. They do, but you don't usually draw them like that. No wonder you stopped doing streams. From Asian brother to other Asian brother, it looks like a dog. Ain't no way that looks like a dog. Ain't no way. You goddamn lying through your teeth, my man. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah. So no Asian waifu, but we did go to a girls' bar, and this happened. We also went to a maid cafe a couple times. Like I said, my friend was really into maid cafes, and yeah. Surprisingly, maid cafes are like some of the best places to get drunk because they have all you can drink, and they give you a mega beer. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Mega beer. images. Japan. So they give you one of these big boys in an all you can drink. 1 hour, $25, I think it was. They give you one of these tall boys to drink. And man, you can get blasted. Yeah. Maybe you're Chinaman. I've seen drawings of Japanese dogs that blush with vaguely more like that. Is it true if you're a white male who's 6 foot tall with blonde hair, blue eyes, go over to Japan, you can literally find a wife within a week, or is that just a meme? I mean, if you're charismatic enough, sure. Yo, what's up, Roger? Thank you for the 23 months. I'm peeing out of my butt. Oh shit. Well, yeah. So Roger was, he went to meet with Japan, right? And unfortunately, we both got food poisoning the last day. And luckily, I'm all better. But it sounds like Roger is not. Do you guys have ABGs where you're from? Of course, of course. They're all over the place. If they talk to Miso, anyone has a chance. Wow. All right, guys. I miss all the Japanese blonde baddies. It was crazy though. Like Japanese people love like bleaching their hair blonde. Another meetup bars with foreigners if you want to be looked at like meat. But yeah, we had a lot more fun stuff happen in Japan. That's just one of the few stories. I'm sure I'll, spend some time, just talking a little bit more about Japan as we go through the streams too. Do you speak or read Japanese? I can read hiragana and katakana and a little bit of kanji, but speaking I'm good. I basically can go 99% of the time without speaking English. You more now normal hang out with the weebs? Well, the thing is, it's weird, right? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Okay, I have to tell you guys a story. Okay, I know this. I'm sorry. This was supposed to be a Path of Exile stream, right? But like, I just have so many goddamn stories from Japan that I have to tell you guys. Okay, so you guys know, dude. That's no. I'm not talking about the hung old man, right? That's a story of a different time. All right, but so you guys know Comiket, right? So Winter Comiket, which is like a big doujin festival. It happens at this place called a Tokyo Big Sight, right? Comiket wasn't happening at this time, right? It happens in the summer and also happens at the end of December. But we went here for a tourist thingy, right? We were just like, oh, let's go see it because it's like a big tourist attraction, right? We go there and just randomly we go there and there's a doujinshi event going on there. We're like, what are the fucking chances that we don't even plan this out? We come here and there's a doujinshi event. For those of you guys don't know who doujinshi is, it's basically fan comics, right? Basically, so like anime, manga, fans make their own versions of that. And some of them are 18 plus. Rather, a lot of it is 18 plus. There is 18 non-18 plus ones, but there is 18 plus, right? So we go to this festival just as a meme, right? We're all, well, let's go look at the titties, blah, 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 right? Okay. We go there. We get in there. It's actually pretty tame. Like, all things considered, there was a large, also, it was a freaking Monday. It was a Monday afternoon, and I kid you not, the inside of it looked kind of like, not this crowded, but probably close to it. It was kind of like this in certain areas for sure. It was crazy. Monday afternoon. Do you people not have to go to work? But so we go in there, right? It's looking pretty tame, whatever, right? We're like, oh, cool. We came in for the titties, but you know what? This is cool too. I'm sure there's somewhere. We got to find it, right? We're going around, and then we find a section. Oh, there were titties, all right. But the thing is, in Japan, their rules about what is displayed as, let's just say, legal titties is very loosey-goosey. She might look 50, she might look 12, but she's 1,000-year-old dragon. I mean, you guys know that meme, right? So I'm like, we're like walking, right? We're like going down the aisle, looking at ha ha tee hee, look at those, right? And then we see this picture, this like big old thing of this girl. Let's just say she was spread starfish, but she looked like the type of person who should be watching Patrick the Starfish on the TV. All right? I'm like, oh, whoa, what is going on there? And then the craziest thing, though, I see in front of this booth this old ass man, white haired, balding and everything, pretty much bald, right? He's right in front of that booth. He's checking out. He's buying some Dojin for that. I'm like, oh my god. No, not like this, bro. Not like this. Don't do this, bro. And then we're like, okay, fine, whatever. Japan's very free, whatever, right? We're walking around a little bit more, right? I swear to you know, like 20 minutes later, we bump into the same old man. And guess what type of boots he's at again? This time, the girl is clothed. But it's still another booth with another very, very young looking girl on the front of the art. I mean, that's all I can say. Old men are still men. That's my guy. The fire inside. No, we don't want that fire, bro. You don't want that fire, man. That's not the type of fire you want. Oh my god, what is this? She might look 50. Oh my god. I see a pattern. You saw this old man at the booth because you two are the. No! We were just browsing everything, bro. Yeah, I just joined. Do you think Glacial Lance is back on the menu like your 0.2 build? Unfortunately not. Basically there is nothing that is solving AoE for Glacial Lance. Depending on how big the pack size changes are, right? It may be okay, but if the pack sizes aren't like super small, it's gonna be tough. I want to figure out what that guy to say. I need to send that clip to Jonathan on Twitter. Oh my god. When am I league starting? Honestly, that's kind of like partly what we were gonna do on the stream, try to figure out what I want to league start. Because so here's the thing, right? I had a couple things I wanted to league start. So first off, of course, when I've been league starting the new class every single time, right? Every single league I start the new class. But I'm gonna be honest, with Druid, to me, the skills, I mean, the class is interesting, right? But to me, what's interesting mostly are the skills. And to be honest, I'm not sure how much Druid, and I was thinking about Wyvern. I'm not sure how much the Druid classes actually synergize with the Wyvern form. So I was thinking about league starting Wyvern, but I don't know. I have a feeling that Wyvern is probably gonna be the worst out of all the transformations. And also, it seems like every streamer and their mom is also playing Transform and Shapeshift. So it kind of is leading me to maybe think about not playing Shapeshift. But yeah. You're gonna do Oracle? Pathfinder, Wyvern? Yeah, I was watching your video earlier, Uncle Jay. You know, the 10 things I want to do, it's surprisingly easy decision to go Wyvern Pathfinder. The thing is, Pathfinder looks really strong this league. I'm not gonna lie. It looks super flexible. League start, it might be on the weaker side because it doesn't really provide you any damage. But as a class, as a overall package, Pathfinder is looking really good. Path will Herald of Thunder too. Well, they nerf Herald of Thunder. It's still gonna be strong, but it's definitely not as strong. Bear Titan or Wolf Invoker. Druid casters work really well. It was huge cope. Druid caster does look interesting. It's gonna be tough because if you think about it this way, right? Druid caster, most of their abilities are kind of like this, where you drop it on the ground, right? You drop it on the ground and then it does like damage over time stuff, right? And it like moves along really kind of slowly. So because of that, it feels like it's not gonna be the best for clear. At least that's what I'm feeling. You don't need damage from your sanity, that's real. Yeah, but as a leak starter, it would be helpful. Druid Caster seems pretty mid with Blood Mage existing. Well, the thing is, you'd probably be playing it as a Blood Mage. You'd play Druid casting abilities on Blood Mage. The crazy thing is, Blood Mage didn't get changed. It did get its, the life stacking stuff nerfed, but it's still, even without life stacking, it's still a pretty dang good ascendancy overall. Wrathless is flushed. It definitely looks weaker for sure. I don't know if it like completely kills it though. It's definitely not as OP as it was. Drew really works really well with Stormblade plus Zoo Limit, by the way. Yeah, that's also true. That was another thing I was considering actually, because I really liked Firestorm, right? And like the infusion firestorms. And with the plus limits, you could potentially get past one of the biggest problems of Firestorm, which was the fact that it had a tick rate or whatever it was called, right? So it's like it couldn't hit the mobs more than a certain times with one skill in like a period of time. So if you can summon 2 or 3 of those Firestorms at once, that makes it a lot better. Werewolf Tactician work? What did Tactician get? Oh yeah, by the way, guys, just to mention to y'all, I'm currently doing a sponsorship with Opera GX, which is, you see on the screen. We are currently using Opera GX, which is actually a pretty clean browser, by the way. It's cool because you get all these nice little, themes and things like that you can install in your browser. And on top of that, it's very much a gamer-focused browser. So if you guys have not checked out Opera GX before, y'all should do that. And use my link to do that as well. Hashtag, do you agree with Ronaray's tier list? What's Ronaray's tier list? I will not least our Ice Strike Monk, CI Monk again, I promise. I was potentially thinking about Hollow Palm, to be honest. Hollow Palm got nerfed on the high end, but campaign-wise, it's still really good. It's actually even better. Define gamer focused. Well, there's a lot of like, gamer focused like utility that you have. You can put like Twitch on the side, Discord on the side, all your messaging apps and things like that. You can change up like the memory usage. So if you're playing a game in memory, CPU, whatever intensive game, you can go turn that shit down on your browser, things like that. You'll not get me to switch over to Vivaldi. All I'm asking is just press the link and download it, all right? That's all I'm going to say. I use the speed dial feature for all my hentai needs. Have you seen the new Wind stuff? Hollow Palm, Whirling Slash, and Wind Blast, etc. I've looked at some of the Wind stuff. It looks fine. The whirling assault thing looks really cool though. Like the problem with whirling assault though, I think is still going to be the damage because it doesn't do all that much damage. But the changes to whirling assault definitely look cool. Maybe I could find like I thought maybe it would show it here, but the whirling assault like animation looks really cool. Yo, what's up, Sent? We're lost so much better. Yeah, it does. But I still feel like functionality wise, it's still not gonna be the best just because like damage wise, I don't think it's as strong as yeah, this right here, right? It looks really cool for sure. But whether or not it'll be a strong ability, because like damage wise, it didn't get buffed or anything like that. Tactician, this like supporting fire thing actually looks like it could be decent. Spin looks way cooler. But yeah, it looks good. But in terms of like functionality and like how good it will be as a skill, that is left to be well, that will have to be seen later. Do you think a new Nova Gem with Chronomaster 33% chance to reset cooldown, putting 3 different elements, rotating an element infusion will be good? Well, the thing is, you don't need Nova with spells. When you're using spells, you can use what is it, wildfire, wild shot? Wild shards? Yeah, wild shards. Yeah, you can use wild shards, which is in most cases a lot better, anyways. And you could like have on your tree, right? If you go onto your tree, you can have like also chances to shoot out additional projectiles as well and things like that. So there's a lot of ways for you to actually like go and get those extra projectiles without having to use Nova, which reduces your damage. My Asian teen.
How am I supposed to look at your
What
titties when
the
I'm sucking on
fuck?
them already? I can only see your chest in front of you. And I
What
want to
the
lick your
fuck?
neck.
4 years ago, Jung Roan. Oh my god. What is that clip, Mr. Jung Roan? Need a Chayula Monk POB? I'm sorry, guys, but last league I was on that copium about Chayula Monk, right? Because they doing like did the whole big like, oh my god, Chayula Monk, we're gonna do a big rework, right? It's gonna be good. And it was bad. Yo, Mr. Mid, welcome back. Thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. We told you it was Cope. Never again. Well, the thing is, I knew it was probably gonna be Cope, right? But I had hope. I was holding out hope that like maybe it could be decent, right? And I was like, even if it's bad, you know what? We're just gonna go with it. And man, oh man, it was not good. Take it again. You still lose all your spirit. Yep. The thing is, like, they keep trying to buff this darkness thing, right? By giving like stacks or whatever, right? But they just don't understand that it's really tough. Now, okay, here's one thing, right? That I will say. Coming Calamity looks like it could be pretty decent. Yo, Mr. John, thank you. Really like your Poison Pathfinder 0.3. Do you think you could do something similar that might be possible in 0.4? Different bossing tech, obviously. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. And yes, I think that the Poison Pathfinder is still very viable. Single target, I need to work out like what the best way to do it is. It'll probably be something along the lines of like gas arrow, toxic growth, which will still be decent. But the spiral volley did get buffed, which is awesome. So you'll definitely be able to do it. Is it very late for me right now? It is currently 11:51 a.m. I'm trying to try dual Mjolnir Fissure build again, but I really need performance to improve so it doesn't melt my PS5. I'm hoping it'll be better. They said they've been doing optimization stuff, so I hope that hits his console. They buffed Void Illusion, sure it'll be least startable. So that is the only thing that got buffed, right? Which actually is a pretty big buff here. So it's now 4-second cooldown, right? It doubled in damage, and it has 3 charges instead of 1 now. So like this could actually be a good ability now. But the thing is, right? It's still just like a single target thing that requires you to roll, which you're not going to want to roll around a lot, unfortunately. And blink does not count as a roll. So you're going to be like rolling around like a dummy. And, it could work. Like it could kind of act as like caltrops, maybe, right? Caltrops. Caltrops Auto Bomber was a thing last league, but they did nerf Herald of Thunder. So how strong will Auto Bomber kind of Herald Auto Bomber be this league? I don't know. Result Poison. Hey, I came here after watching your video on Spirit Veil. Yo, thank you, man. I actually have a Spirit Veil video coming out this weekend. That'll be exciting. I did an interview with Phil, the dev, and it's gonna be good. Is Shankon's a dodge? Shankon Boots a dodge? I don't think so. Darkness with armor is cracked though. Is basically 700 HP at level 70 140 life regen. It's just at the end of the day, right? It's just tough because you get rid of so much of your offensive ability with darkness. Again, coming calamity is something that could potentially make it possible, right? It is something that could make darkness somewhat viable, maybe, but I still think you're just better off using other things because heralds in general also just like are not as strong because density, right? Mob pack size being lowered means the clear from Herald of Thunder is not going to be like heralds are not going to be as impactful, but still you do want them. You still need them. So since the league is coming out in 3 days, should I break up with my girlfriend? I was already thinking of calling because she's really bad at cutting my hair. I really want to hit level 100 this league. What do I do? You make her grind your character for you while you're asleep. I'm actually glad that crafting is nerfed a bit solely because I can't learn how to craft for shit. Well, the thing is, crafting is always going to be a relevant and important thing. And it's always going to be very strong. Like while it's not going to be as strong, you're still going to be doing like crafting's still going to be good. What I will say though is you don't need to learn how to craft to enjoy the game. Like it's nice. It's better to know, but you don't have to. I'm pretty excited for this league. Yo, let's go. What do you find league start? He's unalive his character. Profit character always be meta for money. Yes, exactly. But I'm kind of like torn, right? I have 3 things that I want to do or thinking about doing. I'm thinking about one, just being the hollow palm guy, right? And league starting hollow palm, and then probably maybe swapping over to flicker quarterstaff sometime into the end game. I'm also thinking about doing spiral volley poison pathfinder again. I mean, it doesn't have to be pathfinder; it could be something else. But at least for now, it's pathfinder. I'm thinking about it as pathfinder. That's another option. The third option is going to be something with wyvern. Some wyvern build. It could be pathfinder, right? Because the movement speed is really nice for pathfinder. Being able to have 50% less movement speed reduction when you're using your ability because your dragon breath thingy looks like it's going to be really, really slow. So that's why Pathfinder, like this thing right here, right? I really like this ability. I want to use it, but it's probably really slow. The other possibility is actually Gemling. So Gemling Legionnaire does have the ability to do kind of what Pathfinder does, right? It's not as good because if you look at Gemlings or Pathfinder, right? Pathfinder, it gives you, what is it? 50% movement speed, 50% less movement speed penalty from skills while moving. But Gemling also has the same shit stuff. Let's see, where is it? Oh my god. Where is it? Seal speed, crit chance, blah, blah. Ah, right here, right? 40% less movement speed penalty for having mostly green skills. So you could probably try to force that potentially and get that. But on top of that, you also get the charges. Where the heck is it? There's one that gives you charges. This is thaumaturgical dynamism, which gives you every, what is it? And they buffed it too, right? Thaumaturgical dynamism, granted by advanced thaumaturgy, now generates a charge once every 5 seconds as opposed to once every 8 seconds, which should help you upkeep your power charges. They messed it up and gave it an 8-second cooldown? No, that's a buff. It was 8 seconds, now it's 5 seconds. If I were you, you should do Invoker Monk with meta skills. I did think about it as well. I logged in PoE2. It's all in standard now. You can guess how many divs and mirrors you have in stock. How many divs per mirror and divs per lock? Oh, I have no clue. Divs per mirror, let's just say 8,000. Lock, maybe like 10,000 divs. And Cinder got the stacking ignite as a dragon breath whenever we go to Pathfinder. Have you seen Duberdan's video on Druid? He playtested it. Oracle has avoid death passive nodes. Sounds fun, not dying. Well, yeah, but ideally you just don't die. Think about doing a rain ritual of spell totem that auto generates charges for you, and there's support that has like 50% chance to generate another random charge. Yeah, it's charge profusion, right? So Captain Lance on our podcast was also talking about a weird theorycraft thing where he would play, I think it's Shaman, right? The one that gives you max rage, right? That generates rage, regenerates rage. And then using Hate Forge. So he'd basically always be at max rage. So he'd always be generating charges. And then he just use that to upkeep his power charges to do spell totems. I really hate that spell totems cost power charges though. Absolutely. Oh my god, GGG. Why could you just not make it like any other totem? Mortar totems, ballista totems, none of those things cost anything. But for some reason, you're like, spell totems, you can't have fun. This nerf Hate Forge today? Yeah, they did, but like, I still don't think it's terrible. Yeah, actually, no, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it again, every 3 to 6 seconds, you're not getting enough charges off of that. If you use a Foulborn or Corrupting thing, remove that line, it could be more interesting. I think this is one line, though. I think this itself is a line. So you can't really use that or remove it. Now repeat Po1 spell totem is better than casting yourself situation, but I also don't think it's the right it's not the right way of dealing it yourself. Did they update the patch notes? They did. One charge every 5 seconds, might as well pick Gemling. Yeah. Maybe just play Gemling and this and then RNG roll into it. So are bows gonna cost an arm and a leg again this league? Well, I think that Lightning Arrow is still gonna be good, but there's gonna be way less people playing it. I honestly don't really know off the top of my head what the top build really is gonna be. I know that Pathfinder's really strong, but Pathfinder can kind of play a lot of different builds. I think Pathfinder might be one of the top classes this league. Like, top play class this league. Just because it's, like, really good. It's got the movement speed stuff. This thing right here is really strong and it's flexible, right? You can literally be basically kind of like any class, like start from any class as a Pathfinder. So it's pretty dang nice. Pathfinder 50% reduction penalty is huge, yes. Are we feeling better? I am, thank you. Poison to be nice too with the monster having more HP. Crossbow, explosive shot, or galvanic shot, ice shot for bow players. Yo, what's up, Sui? Yeah, I think that it's gonna be hard to say what the strongest build is, but I do think that Pathfinder is gonna be one of those popular ascendancies. I think that it's really interesting, right? I don't know if anybody is still talking about constricting command. Wait, where'd it go? Where the heck is it? Why is constricting command not on this page? Did they remove it? Did they remove the changes to constricting command? There's no way, right? Oh, they didn't nerf the hell. You're right. It's surround. This one right here. Modifiers to enemies required to be considered surrounded no longer reduces. You can't reduce it down below 1, right? So this basically, for all of the range classes, nerfed constricting command, but all the melee classes can basically use constricting command like it hasn't changed. And I feel like constricting command might be an Omega slept on unique this league because of this. Because like a lot of people are like, oh, constricting command's dead, we can't use it anymore. But in reality, it's just like for range classes, it's not as good. But for melee classes, it's still just as good. 5 roll on constricting command use this style, yeah, basically. And even more uses is 6 roll. Amiibo 2 is Amazon Lightning Arrow viable? Yeah, it's very strong. But who plays melee? Wow. I mean, it kind of is true. Melee has been kind of garbage ever since 0.1. Do you see the interview? I did. Only a sell melee is Ice Strike Monk. Civic Katava Bear incoming. Yeah, I mean, seems like it's gonna be decent. Ziz is thinking about league starting, I think. The thing is, like, yeah, if you guys are playing melee, I would highly recommend you to keep your eye out or still consider using constricting command. It's still very, very good. And maybe I'm trying to think, right? Because like I hate how they nerfed Hollow Palm. Yeah, Hollow Palm did not deserve the nerf that it got. It really didn't. I think that the fact that, so Culmination got nerfed, right? Which was kind of the way that Hollow Palm was even ever able to deal single target damage. But now that they nerfed this, Hollow Palm is going to struggle with single target damage. I mean, you can still do it with like Ice Strike Bell, but it's definitely not anywhere near as good. Why was Hollow Palm nerfed? Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I thought the OP part about Hollow Palm, OP, right? Let's just say the strongest part of Hollow Palm was its leveling experience. And they made that better. They didn't even nerf that. They made that better. The gloves are buffed a lot. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? So what is it called? Thunderfist, right? They were buffed a lot, but the gloves themselves never really did that much damage. in my opinion. So 40% more damage, I don't even know if is enough to make them relevant. Because, like, if I remember correctly, they were just doing, like, poo-poo damage. I mean, we'll see. But it just never felt like they did that much damage to me. Base attack speed a bit better. It is. But the thing is, at the high end, the amount of increased attack speed that you got from your evasion rating just what outdoes the increased base by a ton. Yeah, I know it's 15% instead of 5, but the thing is, even when it crit is what I'm saying, right? It still did poo-poo damage. Even when it crit, it didn't do any damage. Hoa still better gloves? I don't know. I don't know what you're going to be using for Hollow Palm, to be honest. Because the other thing is, Hoa is like for stat stacking. But if you want a stat stack, you're going to want, like, stat stacking also got a slight nerf because of Falcon Dive. This was a pretty big nerf. And honestly, I'm surprised that it didn't come sooner. I'm surprised it came now, right? But that's just because I'm surprised it didn't come last league. Having a up to only 20% increased attack speed rating is huge. So goodbye accuracy stackers, unfortunately. But yeah, Hollow Palm, I don't know. I'm thinking about league starting it still, but I'm on the fence. What do you guys think, guys? What do you guys think? Should I? I'm feeling less and less inclined to league start, like, well, my chance of actually league starting a druid class, right? Like shaman or oracle, is feeling a little bit low. There's still a chance I might league start something with shapeshifting wyvern, like with wyvern, but at the same time, I don't know. Part of me wants to, like, for once, try starting a league and making money. I kind of want to try starting a league and actually making money. So, like, not playing like some weird experimental class, but actually doing something that, like, is gonna be good. League's Hollow Palm, so yeah, it is. But you have to kind of swap over to quarterstaff at some point. What greed does to a man, hipster away. Well, the thing is, right, having a good start definitely helps a lot for the rest of the league. And, like, I feel like one of the things as a content creator that I like is like my weakness, right, is like never having enough funds to do anything. Like, I do specialize on, like, making lower budget builds and, like, you know, making high budget builds into lower budget builds, but, like, I could still do that even if I have a lot of money. It's like having, in a way, being like, hey, having the clout to make, you know, be like, I have money, I get. I don't know. Because I feel like a lot of people in Path of Exile, they really just care about, like, how to make the most money possible. And because I don't do that ever, I lose out on, like, a huge chunk of the audience. Farmer corrupted my homeless streamer. Sell your divs with real money at the start and buy them later on. As long as Katama manifest weapon to summon the animal talismans from animal from talisman. I think I saw it on Reddit on that's how it works. Oh, that would be interesting. If you could summon talismans and they would be animals, that's kind of interesting. Gotta do what I could do to fill my fridge. Speaking of filling my fridge, use my link to, you know, download Opera GX. That would help out a lot. ED Contagion. It's actually interesting, right? And this was something I didn't really think about earlier on until I watched Flubgun's video. But it makes a lot of sense.
To play it.
On here, it says EDC Lich. Pack size nerf and map will probably make the build feel worse in play, but still viable, right? And I never really thought about it that way. I'm like, oh, interesting. You're right. ED Contagion is probably not going to be as good this league because of the pack size nerf. Because you're not going to be able to get the Contagion to hop between mobs as well if the packs are just like smaller and not really close together. If Apocalypse Shaman has attack tag, any elemental shapeshifter sounds decent. ED Contagion, Lightning Arrow, Deadeye, Poison Pathfinder, although Poison just got a Fub Gun tax. Flood Mage, Black Flame. Well, the funny thing is, right? I don't know if you guys knew this, but Poison, surprisingly, so it depends, right? If Poison ends up being the meta, it will be expensive, but Fub Gun last league, or am I mistaking it? Am I mistaking it? Didn't he start Gas Arrow 1 league? Oh, this never mind. This was in 0.2. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this was in 0.2. But even then, I don't think Gas Arrow like Poison was like super Fub Gun taxed, because Gas Arrow was just not very good. So there's a chance that if Poison is not that strong, it might not get as huge of a Fub Gun tax as you would think. Can I do a stream of reading dumb hate comments? No, that's toxic. Roll now reserves 100% spirit, breathe 60. Wait, did they just make that change? Yo, July! Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Getting my +1 Prime sub since my mom likes your videos. Rock on. Yo, say thank you to your mom for me. I appreciate her. Fridge buddy. Was it made this morning? Patch notes updated again. Let's see here. Spark granted by Earthbound, blah, blah, blah. Ancestral Cry is no longer mistakenly supportable by cooldown support gems. Plague Burst is now supportable by cooldown. Ember Fusillade, granted by Dust Vigil, is no longer mistakenly. Quill Burst is now supportable. Armor Explosion, Volcanic Eruption, Brambles, Iron Ward. Lethal Draw has bow attacks consume 10% of your... Okay. Rabbit Idol. Roa. Okay. Roa no longer increases your boosting. Now it's okay. Now reserves 100 spirit instead of 60. Is that big? I mean, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. But like, I still don't think it's enough to get Roa to be not good. Like, people can find the spirit. They'll be able to find it. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. Sounds like you're having League Star anxiety too. Do I have League Star anxiety? I just haven't really thought about the League Star that much. Because I mean, to be honest, right? During my vacation, I mean, I didn't fully unplug in the sense that like I didn't do any Path of Exile and like YouTubing stuff, right? Because I still did the podcast and I still loaded some shorts and stuff like that, right? But for the most part, I pretty much completely unplugged and like didn't think about a lot of like the deeper meta stuff for PoE. Even 100 Spirit Pro is still the best kill. No longer increased move speed is important? Not really. Because if you think about it this way, right? Roa didn't increase movement speed in 0.2, but yet it was still used on every single lightning spear build. So I don't think that movement speed actually makes a difference. What's the auto of this game? I keep freezing, disconnecting. I am not sure. We haven't seen all the new supports and abilities yet. We haven't seen all the new supports. I think all the new skills are kind of revealed though. They made a 100% sphere reservation and still going to stay the best skill in the game. Arbiter fully restores health pool in transition, making you work for the extra map mods as it should be. It's actually, wait, where does it say that? I'm assuming it says that somewhere, right? Arbiter of Ash will now phase transition at a lower life threshold and will heal the Fool. I'm gonna be honest, right? People think that this is more annoying, okay? But this is actually better. All right? Hear me out. This is actually a good change. Does P2 Arbiter get DR again? I'm not sure about that, actually. But the thing is, you were never able to one-shot Arbiter, right? Arbiter was never really, because he would always transition anyways, right? So what would happen is, I mean, I guess if you were strong enough, right, you could. So it depends on your build. Some builds is better, some builds is worse. So some builds, the problem was you didn't do enough damage to one-shot Arbiter. But like the thing is like, because he never went back to full health, you weren't able to use ambush. But now you're able to use ambush. And actually, no. Actually, let's see. Our rational transition and lower life threshold, and it'll heal the Fool during the transition. Yeah, no. You know what? Wait, no, I take that back. I take that back. It's just for some builds, it's better. For like the ceiling builds, is way worse. The ceiling builds, it's way worse. But the thing is, for the non-ceiling builds, it's actually a nice change because you get to use ambush again. I'm just gonna farm trials of this league. Well, 1% of usually using ambush as a buff. One shot and tickle. Yeah. But yeah. Look, I mean, let's okay. So I know novel, you're not happy with the change. All right. You're gonna do not fully mapping, but T1 Arbiter is super easy, guys. All right. He's super easy. You'll be able to one-shot him twice anyways, okay? You're just gonna use your one-shot on him twice. Instead of one-shotting him once and then tickling him, you're just one-shotting him twice. Is no big deal. Trial Farm sounds good this league. I mean, Trial Farm is good, has been good every single league, and it still will be good. Because they are not updating how endgame works in terms of the way that we get loot. So like we all know, right? In terms of like what is good for farming, right? We have number one has always been Trial of Sekimas. It's always been Trial of Sekimas, right? And, you know, number two is probably going to be like, I don't know, like Citadel flopping, right? But then, like, all the way down is when you're going to have like 5, 4, or 5 or something like that. That's going to be like rarity farming in maps. Because that's kind of like how you get, like, that's how you get money in mapping. But because this didn't get buffed, and we didn't get a new farming method in maps, like unless incursions, right? Unless like incursions are absolutely insane. All right? Unless the league mechanic is absolutely insane. Trial Sequence is probably just still going to be insane, the best. Do you still get infinite tries on Arbiter? Yes. Do you think this League Academy will keep us there in for more time over maps? I think at most it'll be a 50-50 split. I don't think it's going to keep you there for that long. Exped logbooks are crazy profitable, made 600 divs in 0.3. Logbooks are really good. Yeah, logbooks are really good money. But I'm not sure if I would like necessarily call that mapping. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like mapping to me. Maybe that's just me and the way I think about it, but yeah. I had a build that took me 5 minutes to kill Harvard, dodge so many skills. Number one's probably gonna be Chaos Trial now with the new jewel. Oh, with what is it called? With Adorned. I'm gonna be honest, right? As good as Adorned is, right? Let's say Adorned is like the most OP thing, right? The problem is the drop rate of Adorn is still like super low. And the only other thing that you can get that is potential money, right? Potential. And that's just like a big if we're looking at it positively, is Mahu's shield. So if you're farming Chaos Trials, you're either walking out with no money or you're walking out a rich man. And the thing is, it's like a casino, right? If you had an infinite amount of money, you can make money in the casino eventually. But because it does cost money to run the Trial Master, right? You're probably much better off using that money and investing it in a more consistent form of making money, like Trial of Sekimas, compared to a big gamble, like gambling for Adorned. Where do you think Temple falls in the tier list? So I'm assuming you're talking. The Chaos. Is it Temple of Chaos or Trial of Chaos? I forget. I think that Trials of Chaos is always going to be one of the best money-making strats at the beginning of the league. Trial of Sekimas is actually not that great at the beginning of the league. Trial of Chaos is always going to be one of the best at the beginning of the league because it doesn't require much investment and you can clear it with most characters and you're always going to get some sort of return from it. But as the league goes more forward, right, as the people get better and better gear, and as people want jewels more, Trial of Sekimas stonks keep rising and rising and rising. So when you're right at the beginning of the league, Trial of Chaos is one of the best farms. But as it goes through the league, as we get further, it's going to get worse and worse. Yozo Kyler. Yozo Yoshi. Would love your advice and your viewers. My mom's 70 plus, age, not rank. What would you recommend for a safe and slow build or safe and slow build? I mean, I would probably just recommend something like Essence Drain Contagion. Essence Drain Contagion is like a very, very like safe build and it's like pretty chill. Maybe like some sort of minion build would also be decent, right? Though I think Spectre's kind of got nerfed this league, so it's maybe not as good. But I'd probably just recommend something like Essence Drain Contagion. Very, very good league start. Very low kind of like requirements. Easy to play, fun. My boy Dead Rabbit has a really good Essence Drain Contagion guide. He actually just uploaded a new leveling and league starter guide for 0.4. So I would highly recommend you check out this video. Weapon swap Bogfell Commoner. Made 1,000 divs farming Sekko's first week of 0.3. Sheesh. Have you ever tried strongbox? Is it worth? I have done strongbox farming, but the thing is, strongbox farming is not like you don't really farm strong boxes like you would farm strong boxes in Path of Exile 1. It's kind of like you have strong box in your map, and every now and then you get like a strong box that pays out. It's like a supplement rather than a farming method. Welcome back to gaming. Thank you, Morph. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. It's complementary juice, not primary. In Path of Exile 1, it is primary, but in Path of Exile 2, it is just something you do while you're farming maps. And farming maps is not that great of money. Yeah, it's fine, right? It's fine. You could make money off of it, but like you're going to be better off doing something like this or this. Even to get the strong box, tab extra strong box is not really worth. No. Unless the thing is, right? Let's see. What is the strong? Well, they didn't really buff the ceiling of this. Yeah, it's still not going to be great. What's your thoughts on Roa and Arbiter changes? So Roa changes, I just don't think it's going to do anything. I think even at 100 spirit, it's still going to be super strong, and everybody's just going to run it. Arbiter changes, I think that for the game, right, to make it a healthier game environment, it's good. But for blasters, they're probably like, ah, man. The thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? If you're one-shotting Arbiter, you're still going to one-shot him. Because you kill him, right, once, he revives back to full health, and you just kill him once again. It's not going to change anything. But like for those people who do want to do a little more of the mechanics and stuff like that, it's going to be a little more fun. Roa is so bad now, though? Not at all. Not at all. The only real nerf that it got is this. This whole no longer gets movement speed is not a nerf. You're just reverting it back to 0.2, which in 0.2, it was still OP. 100 spirit, you're going to be able to make that. You're going to be able to do that. Fori Spirit is Ghost Dancer or Wind Dancer? Let me ask you, sir. Let me ask you a question, all right? Let me ask you a real quick question.
Now the first real build.
Does this build look like it needs Wind Dancer? Or Ghost Dance? Are these stacks ever dropping? It doesn't look like it to me. So even if you had to drop one of them, right? It doesn't matter. Because you just clear the entire screen regardless. Before you get hit. Noble monsters be tougher and good rares are harder to craft. I mean, it's true, right? And we'll see. I just don't think it's going to be that big. Because the one thing you also need to understand also, right, is that mob density is becoming lower. So you could probably drop a Herald and it wouldn't make a difference. Because mob density is lower, the Heralds are going to be less of an important thing. They're still going to be good, but I don't, especially for a build that clears this well, I don't think you're really going to need both Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder. Or you might not even need Herald, like one of the Heralds. Yo, Zolki. Yo, Mr. John, thank you for another super chat. Shaman with 120 Spirit, Flamethrower to proc cast on Channeling, which will proc Firestorm or proc cast on Ailment and Cock. Flamethrower proc cast on Channeling, which will proc Firestorm, which will proc cast on Ailment and Cock. I mean, it could be something. I mean, I think there's a lot to do with a lot of the meta skills for sure. My 2 cents was probably fine. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? It's all just our guess, our kind of like, I don't know, all of our opinions slash guessing. We don't know what's gonna happen until it actually happens. So gotta go burr. Long time see. What happened to you? I was in Japan for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Show us the dojinshi. Well, I didn't buy any dojinshi. Flamethrower can't crit. Running crit loses a ton of value. Can you? I know that meta skills can't proc itself to like proc its own meta skill gem, but can the meta skills themselves proc other meta skills? Like, can cast on crit? Like, let's say you have a comment on cast on crit or cast on ailment, right? You have a comment on cast on ailment. If that comment crits, can it proc the cast on crit with that critted comment? Because if that's the case, then you can still do that. Feel so bad they killed League so early. Now I literally can't play the game. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Because last league it was like 3 days before the league start, right? Did I notice a change to Arbiter? Yes, I did. Did I go to Maid Cafe? I did. Yeah, so if it does proc that, then it'll be good. It'll be fine. You're gonna start one button build Mortarcan, Warbringer, and second character try Druid. I heard you got Animate Overdose and had to puke it out. That's not a thing. I'll never get Animate Overdose. But yeah, the thing is, right? So Fub Gun right here mentions that grenades is still going to be really strong, which I do agree. Grenades are going to be really strong, but I heard that the mana cost for reloading on grenades and crossbows is like, or like the mana cost on grenades is ridiculous. I mean, I guess that's only when you start scaling the levels. Throughout the campaign, it's still going to be so good. Yeah, grenades are still gonna be so strong. It's gonna be kind of insane. Desecrate my staff and soul, so I finally realized that the well is gone. When you say going Amazon best versatility, you can go any build later. I would say that the most versatile build right now, or the most versatile ascendancy, is Pathfinder. Pathfinder is 100% the most versatile ascendancy, because you can basically play start from any point in the tree, and it'll be good. And then you also get this, right? Now your attribute passives offer an additional option that increases damage, global defense, or cost efficiency. Like, if anything, you're slapping this and you're just getting a bunch of bonus damage. So it's like Pathfinder itself right now, I think is going to be very, very popular and very strong. I don't understand with Mountain Splitter, yesterday's patch. See no difference from the OG notes. I don't remember what Mountain Splitter was before the change. I don't remember what the original patch notes like letter wording was for this. I don't get this Pathfinder starting anywhere thing. Do you have to have it for level 1? No. So what you're gonna do is like, let's say you are so first off, right? It's gonna be, I think it'll be a first ascendancy thing. So you're gonna go play Ranger, you go Pathfinder, right? It's gonna be like this ascendancy node or something like that, right? So you'll get this starting at Act 2. And then what's gonna happen is you're gonna have to like unspec, right? You're gonna have to respec off of this if you want to get rid of your current stuff. Or you could just now be like, okay, now I'm gonna start over here too. And then you're gonna also be able to do this. So you'll have these nodes right here if you didn't unspec off of them, and you'll just be able to start doing it from here. What do you think about Lee Star Huntress Lightning Spear? It's fine. It's still very solid. Lightning Spear is not bad. Like, people just kind of stopped playing it because Lightning Arrow is really strong in 0.3, but it's still not terrible. It definitely got nerfed, but it's not like dead. Slammed a God Emerald on a standard crossbow damage, attack speed, reload speed, and attack damage. Water your pants. I'm running Lightning Spear Invoker at 0.4. Actually attacking attack speed? Well, unfortunately, they nerfed that. So Falcon Dive no longer is going to be uncapped. Falcon Dive is going to be capped at 20%. So it's still fine, but it's nowhere as good. Oh my god, he's back. That's him. He also Rabbit. How's it go, man? Miso X, you're from Path to Exile podcast? Wait a second. Is that Dead Rabbit from the Path to Exile podcast? No way. Is that the Dead Rabbit, the Mobalytics partner? The Mobalytics Path of Exile 2 partner? Dead Rabbit? Is that him? Dead Rabbit? Is that you? The guy that plays Essence Drain Contagion every single league? How about new reservation visiting lower any build related? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. It's gonna be good. The D2 guy. You see, Rabbit, you should be happy. You're known as something, right? You're known as the Essence Drain Contagion guy. You're known as something positive. You're known as the Essence Drain Contagion guy. You're known as the D2 guy, right? What am I known as? I'm known as like Timu Jungron or Walmart Cute Dog or Timu Farmer, right? Or like the homeless guy. The Maid Gooner. The ramen guy? I've never been called that one. Miso the Dragoon. I've never heard of that one either. Well, yeah. You should be glad that you're known as something positive. At least you're not, you know, just known as like the poor man, the man who can never make money. It was funny. I saw on the one of the comments from on the podcast. It's like, yeah, let's be real. Rabbit's gonna be playing that like the top meta build that's gonna cost like 2 mirrors anyways. Joseph Blade, welcome back. Thank you. Like miso sauce, anything miso related is good. Just starting with POB, is there a way to compare builds or paths inside? Sort of. So if you put like a build on, let's just say like, you know, we go to, I don't know, this one, right? So if you have different like trees, right? So you have like default tree, this one, right? You can do a compare and then you do that, right? And then it'll show you like one of them over here and then the one the one's over there. And then you have any overlap, right? It'll show that to you too. Also mentioning you calling me a meta slave. Wait, when did I call you a meta slave? I mean, it's true, but when did I do that? Is there a cool demon talisman? If there's a cool demon talisman for the bear, then there's a cool talisman for the wyvern too that lets you zoom with wyvern flame breath. I hope so, because I want to play wyvern flame breath. I do. Back from Nippon already. I am. Am I excited for the new Timeless Jewel? There's a new Timeless Jewel? What are your thoughts about Titan Bear? I mean, Titan anything is pretty much always going to be good. So I have no doubt Titan Bear is going to be good. You want to play Perma Bear? What do you think will be a Druid starter weapon? What do you mean? All Druids use Talisman, right? Is it true that gem level is only 1 on Amulet? I think so. I didn't see that in the notes, but people have been saying that. Oh, there it is. The Mage modifier +1 skills on Focus and Amulet. Right? I don't know if that truly means that. I don't know if that's what it really means, though. Like, where do you guys see that there's only +1 skill level on Amulet? Vol Timeless Jewel has come out in the Mall League? Maybe. That was a Raven. Because if we go to modifiers, right? Amulets for the plus levels, it's of the mage is still +1. So in the patch notes, all it says now of the mage has now a level requirement of level 10, as opposed to this one that's like level 5, right? So I'm not sure where people are saying and seeing that amulets can only go to +1. Does anybody in the chat have like a source? Because I remember like Cal and like some of the, and maybe even Lance talking about it on the podcast again. I was so out of it on the podcast, guys. Legitimately on the podcast, for anybody who's watching, so I was listening to it, right? I was lying down on the ground half the time because my stomach, because I had food poisoning. I'd come off the plane not sleeping for 24 hours and also having food poisoning. I was dead during the podcast. So like I don't remember half the stuff that went in. Just the first mod is higher level? Oh, okay. So that means that what they were saying was not true. Actually, Chad, you look dead as at the beginning. Thought you're high off your ass? No. I was just dead. I had bubble guts. They killed my plan with Hate Forge. If only if Rutu didn't mouth off about it. Well, Captain Lance was also talking about Hate Forge too. A lot of people were talking about it. What did I eat? I think it was some oysters, some bad oysters. Because I ate some raw oysters the night before, and both me and my friend had them, and we both had food poisoning. So I think it was that. I felt real bad for you. Yeah, I mean, it was a bad idea. Let's just say. All right. It was a bad idea, but I made it through and I'm here. I would never eat raw oysters. Raw oysters are good, man. They're tasty. Do you check for parasites? I mean, I don't know how I would, but I'm fine now. So I don't think there was a parasite. What I have Hate Forge? So Hate Forge got a change where now Hate Forge, instead of granting 1 to 3 charges, it only grants 1 charge. So previous was 1 to 3 charges. Now it just grants a random charge. Will you go Druid for as a starter? I think right now where I'm at, the Druid class itself, like Shaman and Oracle, I'm not sure how likely I'm going to start as it. there's a high likelihood that I still play Wyvern, but I'm probably going to play it on Pathfinder or Gemling. Got Salmon Elf from a store of high ones. No more than 3 to 6 second also? Was that not on the old Hate Forge? Was it not on here? Interesting. I didn't realize that. Rayforge give you hit rage on hit and not on melee hit, so it's an incredibly powerful item, IMO. That is true. I don't think it's a typo, but that is pretty dang. That is good for range classes. That is pretty good. I think it's just gonna be a something that, because before Hate Forge was used for gaining charges, I think now with this change it might just be something that range classes use to gain rage. I know. Let's see. I noticed it because my Wyvern build can't generate any rage because everything's melee, but Hate Forge it can. I farm divs by Hate Forge and double fall them for mirror price. How man are you? We must. What does that mean? Are you asking for my dick size? Is that like a roundabout way to ask my dick size? Did I watch Talk to Try podcast? Yes, I did. I did. But the one thing for the Talk to Try podcast that I saw that was really awesome was that Jonathan said that they were going to be planning on reworking chaos abilities, just chaos as a like damage type completely. So, you know, that's good news because chaos is pretty bad right now than EDC. That was like one of the biggest thing, the takeaways that I got. The other takeaway that I got was, and I knew this was the case, all right? I knew this was the case for the longest time. But people are always like, oh my god, Jonathan bad, bring back Chris Wilson, right? You see, if Chris Wilson were still here, we would not have async trade. Jonathan confirmed on the podcast that Chris was not a fan. Back on POTs, I can't wait for 0.4. Let's go! So, you know, all you Jonathan haters out there, he's out there doing it for us. I think people would hate everything more if Chris was here. Not that he's bad, but I think he's more hardcore. He's more traditional for sure. I think he's more like traditional ARPG. Most balance done by Mark, anyways. Mark is the one tormenting us. I just found that Hate Forge drops from Trial Master. Is it a Trial Master exclusive drop, or is it just that it can drop from Trial Master? Because if it drops from Trial Master, potentially Trial Master could be decent to farm. You think it's exclusive? Interesting. Well, if Hate Forge is as good as we think, I mean, again, it did get nerfed, right? But the thing is, maybe you use it on Wyvern, I still don't think Hate Forge is gonna be like busted because like in reality, the only class that really needs this is Wyvern, because every other class is probably gonna be using like, I don't know, rare gloves or something like that. Rare gloves are just too good to give up. Like having, I mean, I guess it's gonna be a little bit different now that you don't get to use multiple soul cores and sockets on one glove. You'll get to use the, what is it called? The freaking Sirius talismans on your gloves 3x. It's not gonna be as good, but it's still good, right? Hate for charge regulation. But charge regulation at the end of the day does cost spirit. It's a little bit hard to say. I do think that Hate Forge, no matter what, will be a useful equipment. It will be decent. And as a result, I think that depending on the drop rate, it could make Trial Master better as, you know, farming. Can't wait to see how many pairs of gloves it takes to remove all hate rage of losing all rage on max rage. I wonder if that's even like a possible one to remove. It has to be, right? It has to be. Because I know, like, for example, the Foulborn uniques from Path of Exile 1, not all of the things can be removed. But I would assume that this one is possible to remove. I don't know. Because it could be like you could remove this and this, but you always just keep this one. Jonathan's answer on the warrior side of the tree was disconcerting. Oh yeah, 100%. But again, I do think that as terrible as it is to say this, it's just the vision. And at this point, I think we're either with the vision or we're not with the vision. When am I planning to double corrupt? Honestly, I haven't thought about it too much. Not with the vision that leveling up should make me feel weaker. I mean, it doesn't make you feel weaker. You still are stronger. It's just that the positives you're getting are lower than the other side because it's making you a little bit, you know, it's like instead of putting you up like a full step, it's putting you up like half a step. All the whole one Annie's mauling about density change. It's interesting, right? Because I was listening to Rue 2 talk about this, and I completely agree with him. So he said that the density change is probably the best change Mark could have made. Because in a world where there's so much density, with the slower, more combo style gameplay, or like some of the less, I guess, AoE abilities, with those in existence, they're never going to be able to do well. They're never going to be meta. Meanwhile, if you lower the density, it means that your ability to clear isn't going to be as strong, I guess, right? It's still be strong. It's still be very valuable. But it lowers the gap between the slower abilities and the faster abilities. Maybe you'll actually go to your root or take endurance, take chaos damage for endurance. So yeah. Plus, you might actually see a good drop from a monster. Making maps with a short and readable layouts will also help with the clear suit meta. Yeah, I mean, they're also like the fact that it's increasing like the ceiling for the mob HP too will also make it so that the ability to make super zoomy builds is going to be harder. So not every single ability that like full clears the map is gonna be able to be viable as like a zoomy build, because maybe the ceiling of that like damage for the the ability just is like way too low, or it's like way too hard to get to the top to be able to clear very efficiently. All the quadratic AoE abilities lose a ton of value. The pop abilities now linear scaling AoE won't be terrible. Yeah, which is why when somebody was asking me earlier about like Glacial Lance, I think it's possible that Glacial Lance might be usable or a lot or better as a mapping tool because of that. How minion build in 0.4? I mean, I'm thinking about the minion builds in 0.3, right? And most of the really good minion builds / the main minion build was the mandibles. But the frozen mandibles are no longer able to be bound as a specter or tame beast, which I don't think is going to be like, impossible to play minions, but for sure, like kind of like you had like one of the best minion builds nerfed. But I still think they're going to be strong. I still think they're going to be fine. Because they also did this, right? Buff summon specter variants of certain monsters each act in their endgame variants. So this could be basically like, hey, we got rid of mandibles, but now we have other minions. So it's still possible. Having agency over layout runs helps with build diversity, as different builds are better for different layouts. Yeah, exactly. So I think that like the overall density change, while on the surface is like kind of negative, I think it's actually pretty healthy for the game. Now, is it as fun? Right? I'm not sure. Because who doesn't like seeing the whole screen blow up? I like seeing the whole screen blow up at once. But yeah. I heard you're playing Druid. I want to play Druid. Well, the Druid class itself, I'm not entirely sure if I'm playing Druid class. But there's a high likelihood that I'm playing Wyvern. High likelihood I'm playing Wyvern as Pathfinder or Gemling. Nothing will ever as fun as Double Chain Herald abuse on Gemling Pillar. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? Well, first of all, I guess I never played that in 0.1, so I don't really know for a fact how it felt. But this was, to me, peak. Where is it? This one. This was peak for me. Let's see here. Where the heck is this? I mean, just visually, it just looks so nice. For me, this 0.2 Voltaic Mark Herald of Thunder was like, in my opinion, maybe not as good at clearing as 0.1 Herald Shading, but it felt way better to me. It was Okazi. I'm so tired of seeing the screen blow up. I could never get tired of it. You like flicker effects in your head? Use sunglasses to the build? Exactly. That's what I like. But not to the level of grenades, though. Grenades last league was insane. It felt terrible. You get stuck at every hurdle. Or you talk about Tempest Flurry. Warren Bill looks slow on the cinematic. No. Yes, but the thing is, right? So for one, right? The cinematic stuff was like, they admitted it was all very undertuned, for one. But the other thing is that this is just like Incinerate, right? If you play Pathfinder, you can go and use the Pathfinder ability, or Gemling, either one, right? You can go and take advantage of this node right here that makes it so that you get 50% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. So you could take this up to like 100%, pretty much, with the right nodes and stuff. And you can also use the Gemling one that makes it so that you have 40% less movement speed as well. So both of them are very good. Heard today we'll have full and final version of the Druid Ascendancies. That would be exciting. It's like the Flicker Strike on the Monk on the cinematic. You don't need to watch it because it'll slow. I don't enjoy slow, methodical gameplay as long as everyone's forced into it. If one person's blazing through the map and I'm stuck 1/10 of speed, then I'm not having a good time. Yeah, it's true. How they change Amazon Elemental Fusion? I read the section over, but it looks like they have a typo in it. So basically, what it is, right, is that for the most part, the big takeaway is that what you can do. Sorry, not Elemental Fusion. It's Elemental Surge, right? Trigger Elemental Surges. So right now, it's that whenever you consume a charge, you gain 2 cold, 2 lightning, and fire. So the big thing is now you can just have Elemental Surges of all types. That's kind of the big change. Yep, so you just get it all. That's the big change, basically. I always enjoy slow methodical gameplay if it's in a limited campaign game, not an endgame made around farming 100 times because it gets tiring to play. You see, what I would say is that slow and methodical is okay, but I don't want it to be like Dark Souls slow and methodical, or like what is that game called? That ARPG Dark Souls game that came out a while ago that it was like super Dark Souls-y. I had that game at some point. Holy shit, everything needs to get updated. No Rest for the Wicked. Yes, No Rest for the Wicked. Like, that is way too slow, in my opinion. Like, I want to still be able to, like, clear through monsters and, like, blow through everything, right? Because the thing is, like, if we think about it, well, actually, depending on the build, I think, like, for example, Sork in Diablo 2 was very, very fast, but there were other builds that weren't that fast and zoomy, and yet people still had a good time with the game. So it doesn't even need to be that fast. And I'll be honest, actually, do we really even need to be that zoomy? Like, I had a lot of fun back in the day. Let's see. This is for, let's see if we can find some old Crypt Path of Exile 1 videos, right? It's harder to find than I expect. Let's see. Race? Maybe something like this. Like back in the day. Oh man, look at these graphics. Look at this. Like, do you see? This was how Path of Exile 1 was like during the campaign, guys. This was Path of Exile 1, guys. And I still had a good time with the game. I don't think it's about like how fast the game is, right? I don't think it's about how zoomy the game is. It's just that the game needs to feel good to play. Like, this is Act 3, right? You're not zooming around everywhere. The fastest you're going around is like Quicksilver Flask walking around and like killing stuff. Like, I don't know. I enjoyed this version of Path of Exile quite a bit. This looks so good for way back then. Cleave, login. This shit was hella fun. We were just all doing dock runs. Like, I was just clearing dock all day, right? And it was fine. And I wasn't using any super fast build. I was using like Cyclone, which was, you know, kind of whatever in speed. It was a good time. How I'm feeling today? I'm basically back to normal. He's not leaf slamming? No, because I don't even know if Leap Slime was around during this time. Do you see Amazon Primal Lightning Warp build that's so fast? I did. But the thing is, Primal Strike's Lightning Warp is getting nerfed because Piety's Mercy no longer exists. So a lot of the Lightning Warp stuff no longer works because Piety's Mercy is gone. And this is a race even. Yep. I was 15 and didn't even speak English yet. Damn. Does Royal count as an ally or just a minion? It is also an ally, yeah. Good to hear. Right now it's final week for me. I just finished all my assignments. Program now is he at 10 class this week. Sheesh. Almost done. What do you think the new secret ascendancy is going to be? I think we discussed this on the podcast, but if we think about like it thematically, right? It's going to be something Vol related. So it's going to be like Vol some ascendancy. And if we think about like the thematics of the classes, I think it's likely to be Vol Gemling, because Gemling is kind of a class that like augments and modifies its body already, right? It augments and modifies its body with gems. So Vol Gemling would kind of make sense. Are we getting a guaranteed other ascendancy? I think Mark talked about it in the Q&A, or they heavily alluded to it. I forget. Again, during the whole thing, I was on vacation, so I didn't really get to watch it super, super closely. But it's pretty much guaranteed, I would say. I really want to see AoE scale Firestorm with free infusion and 3 Firestorm limit. I was thinking about doing a build like that too. I was thinking about that as a potential build. I think if they do, they would showcase it, but they never showcased it in 0.2 either. They had like a kind of like a teaser thing, basically, that happened. Sworn to Sleeper with +2 limit. Yeah. I agree. Like, honestly, though, like the storm, like the Firestorm stuff, just I've always wanted to make Firestorm work, right? Especially when they added the Elemental Infusion Firestorm. But the problem is Firestorm was always bad because it had a limit thing for like the tick rate or whatever. And being able to +2 limit that is going to be, at least in my opinion, somewhat strong. Yep. Fixed rate hit limit. Exactly. Which class has to follow you? It's a support gem, if I remember correctly. It's not a class. Are we watering plants? I am not watering plants. I am currently trying to water my brain because I'm trying to figure out what I want to league start. Because I'm stuck between Wyvern, Hollow Palm, Spiral Volley, and I guess now the Firestorm build. Firestorm Stormweaver. Maybe decide to do the spin to win build. I'm gonna be honest, right? If you're talking about spin to win like the Whirling Assault, this thing, I don't think Whirling Assault is any better than it was before. The animation looks cool and it seems smoother, but the AoE, to be honest, doesn't help that much, because Whirling Assault itself as a skill never did that much damage. And as a result, like, the AoE doesn't really change too much. Spiral got nerfed? No, Spiral got buffed. So Spiral Volley now deals 146, 206 instead of 133, 187. The only thing that got nerfed, I guess, was the acidic concoction if you wanted to do that variant. Do you call him saying anything about fixing a spirit bug on purity scepters? No. Right, you see, there's nothing on here about scepters. And no, nothing about purity. So, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? We've had it for 2 leagues at this point. Potentially it's not a bug. Maybe, I don't know. Invoker, Ice Werewolf. I mean, Ice Werewolf I feel like is gonna be pretty strong. Mark, like Jonathan and them were saying that it was like one of the strongest builds while testing. Yo, Anime Princess, thank you for the raid, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully the stream went well. For anybody who doesn't know me, Miso X Drew, I am a Path of Exile 2 streamer. I just got back from my Japan trip. Well, sort of just got back. I got back 2 days ago, but I had food poisoning yesterday, so I couldn't stream. But now I am back and ready to go. Right now, we are just talking about what I can potentially league start and trying to go over everything that I kind of missed while I was on the break. And yeah. Japan Pog, yes, very Pog. I had such a good time. Miso Special has 0 DP. What the? Ain't no way this guy said that. Interested in stacking Ignite, Incinerate, and Fire Breath. Curious if they'll each tick will reflect a stronger Ignite. Reflect? Not sure. What do you mean by reflect? Pull it and let chat decide. Chat's gonna make me play the worst class. We all know that. I've seen a few of your videos. Yo, thank you. Appreciate that. The man's back. Yo, what's up, Harry? I am back indeed. So the thing is, if the other thing is, right, Glacial Lance, one of my other signature builds, if the pack size changes are going to be impactful enough to where like some of the lower clear abilities like Glacial Lance can be viable, this is a really nice buff. It's really strong. Self-ignite or your light to reflect on yourself. So it's just going to be doing the highest ignite. It's not going to be taking like separate ignites or whatever. It's just going to reflect back the highest one. Everyone say Deadeye is so good, but I think it's dead. Oh no, I think it's still fine. Firestorm would have a good single target ability that fits into limits and infusions. I mean, the +2 limit on Firestorm, I would hope makes single target a little bit better, but you could potentially throw some like living bomb shenanigans in there or something like that. I don't know. It could work out. Did I still find Pathfinder looking good though? Yes. I think Pathfinder is potentially the new hotness. Without Viper Cap, Defy Deadeye can't do shit. I mean, Deadeye was able to do well in 0.2 and 0.1. I don't think it's going to really make a difference. Deadeye was still strong before Defy. It was a Sato. Talk about what could be the best class or ascendancy. I think we could talk about which seems to be the worst. Worst ascendancy. Oh man, it's so hard, guys. It's so hard to choose the worst ascendancy. It's so hard to choose the worst ascendancy. And oh no. Yep, I'm league starting Chayula. So Chrono? No, I think Chrono is actually pretty. So Chrono is not the best for like what you would consider as like, I don't know. It's not the best for like map clear, right? It doesn't provide you with anything with map clear, but Chrono is so good at one-shotting bosses. It's so good at bursting down bosses and also being like having really interesting and creative ways to burst down bosses too, right? So I think Chrono is pretty good at that. At that, it has that going for it. Whereas this boy right here, yeah, he's kind of, literally class one shot bosses. Yes, but also again, right? It opens up one shot capabilities that other like classes can't do. Which what is this class able to do that other classes can't do? Nothing really. Like yes, right? You could say that, you know, again, this is able to like everything pretty much most things are able to one shot. But the thing is this enables more one shots. Whereas what does this enable? This doesn't really enable anything. You can have no spirit. Yeah, and also they buff Chrono, right? They buff Chrono this patch. With the inevitable agony thing with the curse limit stuff and like the damage explosions. Which I get is probably it's just more one shot stuff, but you can equip Comb's Heart without consequences. Charlie got to use volatility and skill to pop the 20 stacks. I mean, it's not that good. It is not that good either. We tested it out all last league, and the volatility stuff was just very hit. Like it was not very impactful. If you use Wyvern, which build would I go for? Oh, flamethrower build, 100%, 100%. This one right here. This bad boy, flame breath. This is the only reason why I would want to play Wyvern. Like, look at that. It's so cool. It's so cool. I got a McDonald's ad. Dude, you're making me hungry. I want to eat some McDonald's right now. We're doing screen-wide AoE to apply ailments and stack volatility. Well, the problem isn't about stacking volatility. The problem is that you didn't need volatility to kill everything. Like you didn't need volatility to one-shot monsters on the maps anyways. So there was no reason to pop your volatility stacks. Even if you had 1,000 volatility stacks, 1,000 or 0 volatility stacks while mapping made no difference because you're able to one-shot everything anyways. The only time volatility ever came into play is for one-shotting bosses. And the only way you would get that is if you were to do some like jank setup with like what is it called? This thingy right here, I think. Where is it? There's one thing with like volatility. This one right there. Gain volatility when allied persistent minion is reviving minion is killed. It's like using that was kind of like the only way that you really be able to stack volatility for one shots. You do last swing second run. They patched that out, unfortunately. They patched that out. If I play Incinerate, how would I scale it? You scale a lot of spell damage for sure. Oh man, I was gonna point you towards a build, that was really really good last league with using Indigon, but unfortunately, kind of gutted Indigon this patch. So I mean, I think it's still gonna be good, but it's definitely not nearly as good as what it was last patch. Because there was a Incinerate Gemling, right? Incindigon PoE2 by Swedge. That was really, really good. I really liked his Incinerate build last league. But unfortunately, they nerfed Indigon, so it's not as good anymore. I'm going in blind on Oracle Druid, making Paz not taking ascendancy point. I mean, here's the thing, right? So Paz not taken. Where is that thing right here? Paths not taken, right? The unseen paths. This is gonna be either like the most OP thing in the game, or it's gonna be kind of trash. And you know what? I admire you guys. I have a lot of respect for you guys who are gonna go and try to take this gamble. Yeah, what's the new league? Friday in the US, yes. You know what I should do? I should put a countdown timer. Where the heck is it? There it is. So that is the countdown timer for when the new league is going to be here. Boom. Miser, any cool new builds for the season? Hard to say right now. There's not that much information out right now. And yo, Amaterasu, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. There's some like potential builds, right? With like the Druid stuff with Bear, like the walking calamity bear or whatever you want to call it, right? Where it rains down meteors and stuff like that. You have like the ice wolf builds that are coming in. I think there is potentially gonna be maybe some Wyvern build, but I'm thinking at least on the surface, Wyvern definitely looks the weakest out of all 3 shapeshifts. Wolfpack idea? It feels like Wolfpack is gonna be hard to like manage. Like it depends on like how long the wolves last and how strong they are. Becoming Wyvern looks dope. Yeah, that's why I want to do it. We're gonna do another bow build. Oh yeah, there's also like the watering plants build too, right? Watering some plants. Like you see those vine whips coming in hot. You're gonna drop some rain and water those plants, doing a nice little I don't know, maybe good damage. We'll see. We'll see. Watering plants looks fine. Oh, your kill was sick? It was. It was a lot of fun. Thank you. It said in the interview there's gonna be both permanent wolf minions and also temporary mark based ones at the same time. Black Flame, Wrath of Nature build might be fun too. Reign of Chaos. Wait, is the K but the Black Flame only turns your fire skills into chaos, right? Which I don't think the rain is fire. I'm surprised that one of the sentences wasn't focused on shapeshifting. Well, Jonathan actually explained that today, and it made a lot of sense. And yeah, it made a lot of sense. So there might be an ascendancy that eventually they come out with that is more shapeshifting focused, as in like it's going to be advantageous to shapeshifting. But there's never going to be an ascendancy where it's like this is for shapeshifting, right? because they never want to lock an ascendancy down to like an ability type or an archetype. They want it to be like good for every skill or every kind of like build type. Let's go back to PO2 quit 5 months ago. Do you have a list of resistance or items need to be collected in the campaign? I don't really have like a list per se, but you just need to do all the side quests for the most part, and it'll just give you everything. Just do all the quests in the campaign, it'll get everything for like your resistances and stuff. Wyvern's slowest, but damage number is strongest. We'll have to see. The thing is, right, historically, fire has been like the worst ailment. So we'll have to see. But the thing is, Wyvern can infuse power charge to make the attack into like fire and lightning is the best ailment in the game. So we'll see. We'll see. %33% more stats on Reap, saves will improve Reap by a lot. Yes. I actually do think that people are potentially sleeping on the Reap build. Because I don't think the Reap got changed at all. In fact, with the staff change, all that happened is that Reap got buffed. Though, let's see, there was a level change. So, let's see. No. Yeah, no. Reap of Melisar loved it in 0.3. Yeah, I 100% think that Reap will be guaranteed like a really, really strong build. Like, look at this, right? And you just pop on Trample Toe, and it literally just blows up an entire screen for you. Like, of course, you know, it means that you have to use Trample Toe, which means your movement speed is going to be slower. But, like, look at that damage, man. Look at that damage. It's pretty damn insane. Now, of course, you know, I'm sure that this damage was buffed up by a little tiny support gem called Adalui's Bloodletting. Actually, no, he didn't even use it here. Adalui's was not even on here. So yeah, easy. This is my first league. What build would you recommend? I would recommend Essence Drain Contagion. Reap Trample Toe is still good at 0.4. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I saw anything change about Reap or Trample Toe. Bokeh Trample Toe works quite similar. Nice cock. Yo, what's up, Lang? High level 20 resets nearly impossible though. Not only to mention density changes. Yeah, I mean, with the density changes, maybe you're not going to be able to blow up the entire screen at once, but you know, you'll be able to blow up a good portion of the screen at once. I think it'll still be very strong. I honestly do think it'll still be very strong. Trample with Queen of the Forest. I thought the Queen of the Forest changes were interesting, right? Because they buffed the Queen of the Forest by giving it base 25% move speed. And then gave it a better scaling on the evasion rating. But it has a maximum of 75%, whereas before it didn't have a cap, right? So this will be interesting. I wonder if this will bring back Queen of the Forest. Because, like, in general, the ceiling for movement speed did get lowered from the boots. Because we no longer can use 2 Runes of the Hunt on our boots anymore. What form am I going for? Probably Wyvern if I do play it. Did I miss any juicy? Just pause to record the video. I showed my cock on stream. That was kind of juicy. But that had to get removed. Are action speed rules the same in PoE 2 as PoE 1? I think so. But all moves, other moves, boo doesn't work, so it's not that's bad. No, not necessarily, because in, let's say, last league, right? I think your boots got to a maximum movement speed increase of about 70 to 75% by themselves, anyways, right? So that was what most people were running, and then I'm trying to remember. Does Queen of the Forest, is it all modifiers or just equipment modifiers? Other modifiers. I think they're in general kind of like nerfing movement speed on the tree this league, right? So I think like it's gonna be harder for us to get movement speed on the tree. So you could just kind of think of the Queen of the Forest is like movement speed without the movement speed nodes, which not everybody even got anyways. So it's like you're still going to be able to move pretty quickly with it. And you're no longer going to be able to get 75 on your boots. So this is kind of the new way of getting that. This movement speed's lock is useless versus chill and temporal chains. I mean, you have ways to get rid of that. Can we see it again? Honest, I'm here for a gotcha giveaway at the end of the stream. We'll be there for this one today. Also, kind of busy streaming. Was a trip fun? It was a good time. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. And we're back and ready to do some Path of Exile. Am I going Ritualist? Probably not. Ritualist buff does look good though. While it's not like crazy, it is nice. What do you think about Traveler's Wisdom? Oh, the new one. This one right here. This looks really strong. I'll be honest, it looks strong because you do get a lot of attribute passive points on your tree. So this is gonna be a good, nice little bonus on top of everything. Rarity doesn't change at all. So what I understand of rarity is that they're lowering the ceiling required to hit the diminishing returns threshold. So you're not going to need as much rarity on your gear, but it's still going to be the same rarity meta. But I mean, it's the same as always, right? As I was mentioning earlier, like your best forms of farming aren't even rarity farms anyways. Like the only reason why you would go rarity is because you're farming maps, which I mean, you know, for most people is the most fun thing to do. So I understand why people want to get rarity. But if you're really trying to juice for money, right, you're not really even going to be juicing rarity. Or like you don't need to juice rarity. Keystone thing on Oracle? Oh, that one. It looks really interesting, honestly. It really depends on like how, and you guys can't see it here. Hold up. You guys can't see it here. Let me see if I could grab this up here. Traveler's Wisdom, right? So it looks really interesting because it really depends on how this new skill tree is going to be. As it stands right now, it's pretty dang strong because if you think about it this way, right? Actually, what is the from nothing? What is the radius for from nothing? Medium, right? You're basically getting a from nothing for where is it? You're getting like a from nothing for free. A couple of from nothings for free, right? Depending on how many keystones you're allocating. So it could be good. But like it just depends on what the nodes are going to be near the Oracle, right? Because if you think about the strong from nothings, at least from this league, it was kind of like this was the one of the strongest for obvious reasons. I think this one was kind of okay. And What other From Nothings were decent? I think this. Let's see here. I can't remember off the top of my head what the other strong From Nothings were. It's like so it just depends at the end of the day how the new skill tree is going to be. If you as an oracle can like this From Nothing, right? Is kind of strong because you could take this and you could take all of these, right? So if you go like get like a From Nothing for Zealot's Oath. You could get all three of these just for free. So it's like if the From Nothings, if the tree benefits something like that, it could be pretty strong. Make a debug version of PoE off option, see it all, and then edit the radius to medium to see what can be allocated. Yeah, okay. So like this one was pretty strong, right? You get like, movement speed there, you can get this blind stuff. But like in reality over here, this is the one that really matters the most because you're going to be over here as the Oracle. So it's like this one could be strong depending on like what you're going. I mean, if you're going chaos, I mean, you're going to want to get all these for chaos anyways. I'm gonna be honest, like as it stands right now, I mean, this one's decent, right? Bestial Rage, that one. Maybe doing some like rage stuff. I don't know with like Vengeful Fury that could be decent. Again, it just depends. This one seems pretty strong too, right? You get both of these. Actually, you're not doing axes. No axes right now. No axes. What do you think of the Chayula Monk buff? Absolutely useless. From nothing there can hop keystones too. I got the Zealot's Oath with it along with the Self Night shenanigans. Super efficient. Yep. Did I read patch notes for today? We kind of went over it a little bit. We didn't like go over every single thing, but we kind of went over the big topics. Do you think we'd have gotten rid of the rarity modifiers by the time the game releases? I think so, at least on equipment. Also, Oracle's getting 130 more nodes that we know nothing about. That's true, right? So if you combine Traveler's Wisdom with the new nodes, you could potentially have just some crazy ass class. It's possible. Because you need to go through it anyways, right? So you need to go through, yeah, you go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's on the way there. So it's meant to be used together. So it could be just absolutely insane. You think acidic construct will still consume poisons? It will consume poisons, but not on like the plant anymore. How does it work? How does work with rarity in PoE1? Also on gear, haven't played it. So in PoE1, rarity does not affect currency. So you only use rarity if you're going for like specific unique farming strategies, like unique item farming strategies. Because rarity affects equipment, right? So the higher rarity you have, the more uniques you're going to drop. So that's kind of like how you do it. Yeah, so it's like, higher tier uniques, tier 1, tier 0 uniques. That's a better solution. Yeah. I mean, the thing is though, right now, right? kind of understand why rarity exists in its current form. I think that if they got rid of rarity on equipment, it would really majorly mess up the game. Because, as I mentioned before, right? Rarity farming right now is already not even the best form of farming in the game. It's going to be something like Trial of Sekhmet, Citadel farming, right? Maybe third one is, I don't know, ritual farming. Maybe fourth one is like, oh, whatever, right? And of course we have at the top of the line of everything the tier 0 profit crafting / trading, right? It's not even the best thing. So if you basically got rid of rarity, it would mean that maps are going to be even worse to farm. It's going to be like 10 quant farming rarities, right? So like I think that it makes sense why they're not getting rid of rarity on currency at the moment, because there's no other way to make money in maps outside of rarity farming. Because I mean, this is kind of like mapping, but not really. So it's like if they got rid of this, you'd basically never map. There's no reason to map if you didn't do that. Now, rarity works the way it does in Path of Exile 1 because there is so many different ways to farm the maps with that don't require rarity, like, you know, cloister farming, strongbox farming, what is it, like, oh, like the heist stuff and, like, you know, the legion stuff. Like, all these things don't require rarity and like give you a lot of money, and you boost it in other ways with like scarabs and stuff like that. But we don't really have that in Path of Exile 2. The only real viable form of making money in maps is this. So if they got rid of this, there would be no reason to play maps ever. Yellow juice to feed the gambling addicts. Exactly. Harvest farming, things like that, right? About Hollow Palm as League Star, I tested it and Ice Strike, and problem. Reach of hand is so small. It doesn't hit bell when I place the bell in the middle of the boss. Totally unplayable. I mean, well, for one, it does work, right? You can do it. I played it last league. But also they are buffing the radius of the bell. So that's gonna be nice. Is Chailu still cringe? Yep. Very much so. I upgraded my build to 1.5 mirror just farming yellow juice. Chario will never not be cringe is the assassin and saboteur after the nerfs. Well, Jonathan said that they're reworking how chaos damage works in the game. So once they do that and add some chaos damage abilities, that way you don't have to like convert or do some like extra damage as chaos, it could potentially be something. Overrun maps, you're gonna have there's no more overrun maps per se, and like, you know, finding it naturally, you kind of have to like spec your atlas towards that. Trial segment farming wasn't very pleasant. No, it never is. Nerf to palm? No. Hollow palm? For the end game, yeah. Can monsters attack you while flying? Probably. Any idea on how Hollow Palm is going to handle mana after Walker of the Wilds nerf? It's probably going to be like Leech or like mana on kill, is my guess. Mana on kill, efficiency, mana efficiency, right? Either that or, I mean, your attack speed isn't going to be as high, so you're not going to be spending it mana as quickly anymore. Would Crossbow be chill on Ritualist? I mean, Ritualist just kind of works with everything. Do you make the podcast through the start of the league like once per week? We do a podcast every single week, every week. Doesn't matter whether it's during the league or after the league or whatever. So we will be having a podcast. Actually, one thing I forgot to mention is that we are going to have Darth Microtransaction on our podcast on Wednesday. And the next week, I think we're going to have King Kongor. And crossing my fingers, but the week after, I don't know what we're going to do during the week of Christmas, but the week after Christmas, crossing my fingers, we have Ziggy D. The week after Christmas, so New Year's, week of New Year's, crossing my fingers, we get Ziggy D on. When's Crip Harriet? I don't think Crip really comes on podcasts anymore. I haven't seen him on a podcast in forever. Ziggy Z. Mana Problem's the worst feeling in Po 2? Yeah. Cross fingers is Ziggy sick at babies too? Yeah, we've been talking about it. We've been chatting. Ziggy who? Ziggy D! Oh, actually, you know what? I just realized the other thing too, right? We're talking about mana. What you can do, and this is kind of like end game solution, not campaign solution, is you can still use Constricting Command. Constricting Command is still just as good if you are what is it called? If you're a melee character. So you can still use Constricting Command. You also see, am I Flicker Striking? Probably not as my first build of the league. Don't get bait into Shapeshift. They're going to get these stupidly shit is my bet. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Like I said, I might be playing Wyvern, which is probably the worst one out of all of them. But, man, does it look good. Look fun. Course Fast and Maces are chilling with mana cost. Yeah, but the Hollow Palm has always had a mana cost problem because it attacks fast. Wyvern 1-button coal build. So are you gonna go like Witch Hunter? That was a thing that I was thinking about too. Defy 2 is still lucky for 1 support and helmet. Do you always play for the whole league? I don't usually play for the whole league. No, I'll probably I usually play until the Path of Exile 1 league starts. So I play for about 2 months, and then after that I go play Path of Exile 1, and then after that, you know, I play that for about a month to 2 months, and then Path of Exile 2 is starting again. You think you're gonna go Invoker? Invoker looks good. They gave some nice buffs to Invoker. They clearly stated hybrid gameplay, and that would mean you're never as powerful as shapeshift only stuff. I mean, Jonathan mentioned that one of the hardest parts balancing the class was because there is people who want to play shapeshift only and hybrid. So they did put that balancing into mind. I think that Wolf is going to be pretty strong as a solo. Bear, we'll see. But I think Wolf is probably potentially pretty strong as a solo. I don't understand. Change form or all? Yeah, you can use change form on every single class. What are you most excited for about the new league? I'm just excited about the new builds, the new uniques. There's a lot of buffed uniques, guys. Like, don't sleep on the new uniques. There are a lot of buffed uniques, and some of these look pretty dang good. Like Fallen, yo, this thing looks insanely good. Like, what the heck? 0% damage from block hits, and I think it's your blocks are lucky. Like, god damn, Fallen is good. So there's some really good uniques coming in hot. And seeing the new uniques combined with like new skills, new class, new support gems, that's the thing that excites me the most. Thing is, Path of Exile 2 is a game that is at this point, still a 2-week game, right? Most people, I would say, play the game for 2 weeks and they're done. 1 to 2 weeks. So how do I have fun with the game that is a 2-week game? Well, I make builds. I make new builds. So that's what I'm always the most excited about. Adorn farm would be huge. I mean, we'll see, right? The thing is, as I was mentioning before, Adorn is such a gamble. It's so hard. It's such a low drop rate. And there's nothing else that's really good. Hate Force just got nerfed, right? So maybe that's not even as good. Minus 4% damage to all damage you take is adds life. That would be insane. The Overleach chest, which enables Slayer and Potu, is also nice. And again, I think that their Coming Calamity also looks like it could be kind of decent too, especially because that Herald of Thunder got, Herald of Lightning, Herald of Thunder, whatever it is, got nerfed. Could be decent. Could be decent. And then we also got, guys, Sacro Sanctum buff, boys. Sacro Sanctum buff. So for, I think that, oh, granted, we did get changes for runes and having limits on runes, so that could be like a slight nerf to our recoup build, but the Sacro Sanctum buff is going to be nice for, you know, our recoup build as well. Mara Invictus. Immortal Thorn is definitely easier to make this patch. In 0.4, you're going to have more viable builds, so more time spent. That's the hope for every single league, right? As they add more characters, as they add more skills, more support gems, more uniques, there's going to be more and more builds that you can make. And we haven't even seen all the new uniques that they're adding, right? We've only seen a couple of them. I think we've seen this one right here. And then we saw the one that for bear, right? The one that turns you into a demon bear or whatever. And then there's the Atsiri one that is like life scaling, which again, life scaling KEKW, you know, probably nerf this league. I mean, I think life scaling is still be decent, but definitely way weaker. This change is going to be a new learning adventure to build creators. Exactly. Gain 8% life when the block is fallen should theoretically double plus 4 plus 4% with double corrupt. Yeah, it's the new uniques are going to be nice. And like, do you guys really understand? And I feel like I probably missed this, but Jonathan was mentioning something about how they are smoothing out how you get gear in the campaign. Like it's gonna be easier to keep up with your weapons during the campaign. I don't know if you guys caught that part, and I wasn't sure what he really meant by that. How rare is Fallen? I mean, it's an Olroth drop. And I got quite a few from Olroth last league. Let's see. Oh my god, finding the Path of Exile 2 wiki is like impossible, dude. I hate it so much. Why is it so bad? Like, I had to go here to the Path of Exile 1 wiki to get to the Path of Exile 2 wiki. It's so bad. Saul is an 11% drop rate from tier 3. That's not that bad. It's pretty good. With this Swollen buff, I think they might change the drop rate as Fallen too. Maybe. It's possible. But at least if we go off of what we have, it's not that bad. Can you only double vol a vol unique, not one you voled? Is that the case? I wasn't sure. Because, yeah, I thought you could double corrupt anything. Because, what is it called? The one they did in the video, I don't think even was a vol unique, right? You only vol born vol uniques, yes. You only vol born vol uniques, I think it was what it was. Question, what's the best class for wolf shapeshift? I haven't really thought too much about it. Let me see. I mean, you're probably not gonna go wrong with Pathfinder. That's for one. But I think potentially Invoker is gonna be pretty good, right? Because Wolf is gonna be ice attacks for the most part. So having an elemental heavy focus, Invoker is naturally gonna be very, very good for it. We don't have Druid ascendancies nor Druid part of the tree. Not in our knowledge yet, at least. They haven't released it. How does it work? I don't get it. You need a already vaulted item to corrupt it second time through the dungeon. Yes, your item needs to be vaulted first before you can do the double corrupt. The vol unique is the currency that allows you to refill 2 models on vol unique or reroll non-vol unique. Do you have in your resource somewhere a good sheet with all the perma buffs from the campaign? I don't. I just kind of have it on like memory, I guess, right? Which I mean, we could like potentially make that right now. Actually, you know what? What we can do is, and I think I put this on my guide too. So we go to my hollow palm technique. So, man, this is still too hard to kind of do. It's just easier for me to take a look at it from the map. Is there a Path of Exile 2 buff or update? There is. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Every class reveal is specialized in one transformation type. The shapeshifting is not exclusive to Druid. No, it is not. Best for bear will be Titan. Maybe. I mean, Titan is just good in general. Would Druid be a fatty like in D4? I don't think so. We've seen what Druid looks like. Here, I mean, like, we've seen what Druid looks like. Oh, by the way, guys, also, I forgot, I don't know how many of you guys know this, because I don't think it was widely, like, whatever, shown off or whatever, right? But the Game Awards is going to be happening in, like, 2 days or something like that. 3 days, 2-3 days. And there's going to be skins for it, for Twitch drops. So that's what Druid looks like. That guy's Druid right there. So that's what Druid looks like. He's not a fatty. Gooner recommendation? What do you mean Gooner recommendation? This is K-pop. K-pop is not Gooner. I like K-pop. I'm a fan of K-pop. Come on. Just because K-pop is K-pop doesn't mean gooder. Are they implying a reveal doing Druids? Maybe. I don't know. E4 Druid is fat to promote their cookbook. Panda scheme for Chinese fans to like it because of Panda Bears. But yeah, so I will, I guess, stream the Game Awards. I guess we can watch it together if you guys are trying to watch the Game Awards together. And then you guys get the Twitch drops together with me. So yeah. Unfortunately, the regular drop is kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. This green poopy ass portal is kind of lame. But the bear one seems kind of cool, right? Kind of get this like bear with like chains and like arrows on yourself. That's kind of cool. But that one you have to gift a sub or sub yourself. So that's kind of like eh. Let's hear Itzy's Icy, dude. That's such a that's like such a long that song's a long time ago. I like the song, but I haven't listened to it in forever. Would Prime Sub work for that? I don't think so. From what I know, I don't think it does. Yeah, Prime Subs don't work. Was Biso on Ru2's perv list? I don't think Ru2 even knows who I am. Performer Ravine Crips. Dude, I am really excited and like I think it's really cool. The bear plus Rampage plus Ancestral Cry. Like I think that's so cool. At least like thematically and looks wise, it looks so cool. Yo, Charisma, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. How much is the D4 patch? Heck if I know. Do you like Groups with I twice? Oh, of course, I do. I like Twice. I like La Seraphim. I relatively like Itzy. I relatively like Ive. I really like Espa. New Jeans, Rest in Pepperonis. Frub is 9 is pretty good. Like, I have a lot of groups I like. Welcome back. Thank you. Apparently, Rutu got timed down and tries to interview with Jonathan earlier. I heard, and I didn't see it, right? I heard Rutu and his chat were caught wreaking havoc during the entire interview. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. How was holiday? It was fun. It was a good time. D4 season is free as always. Is install and play, but don't miss the Poe launch. If you guys were spamming Rutu cat stuff, it's true total mayhem. Like, was it offensive or were they just like spamming? I was there. Rutu and Tuna kept dooming about the state of the PoE2 post interview. Did Mo D4 sells a new class? I quit it. Guys. It could be worse, right? It could be worse. It could be last epoch. You see, you could have taken an already good game and then made it really bad, right? But you know, D4 was never good. So, you know, no expectations there. What happened in the last epoch? Well, they're making their future classes paid only. So that already is bad. There's some pretty bad spam. Some people were also posted that very high quality Unicode Pedis. Oh my god. Not like this. Imagine so many haters for what I've seen. Like, so many people were annoyed. I find it crazy. It's a great game. Well, here's the thing, right? I think the problem is you had 0.3, which was like everybody was super happy about it, right? Everybody was super excited. It was people were having so much fun with it. And then they come in, right? And they're like, hey, yo, guys, we are fixing endgame in 0.4. 0.4 is going to be the endgame patch, right? So because they super delivered on 0.3, now they got to live up to that expectation. And also, they hyped themselves up, right? They overhyped themselves by being like, 0.4 is going to be the endgame patch. We're going to be addressing the endgame issues in 0.4. And what do? They came in and pretty much didn't address much about the end game in 0.4. So, I mean, I understand where people's frustration comes from, right? And why people are mad. I think that, definitely I'm not mad because I still think that they gave us a lot. I still think that there's a lot of content update. There's a good number of changes, a good number of updates, right? But like I can see why they promised one thing. That was the thing that they promised, guys. Endgame was the thing that they promised, and they didn't bring it. And that's why people are mad, and I understand it. But at the same time, I am happy that they're still even thinking about Endgame to begin with, because as Uncle Jay has said in his recent video, it's early access, they're just trying to put the game together. The fact that they're even thinking about Endgame means that they're thinking about us. The game is enough content to explore fun builds, not to endlessly grind. Yes. And the thing is, people want the game to be a game that they can grind endlessly. And I do too. But it's just not that yet. And I don't think it needs to be that yet. 0.3 vibes all over again. I mean, 0.3 was a good vibe. Right now, it's like not that great. But again, I don't think I'm not that negative on it. I'm relatively positive on it because I think that they have put a good number of changes in here, and they're starting to take the game and they're overall the game is not getting worse and worse. Like I think in 0.2 the game did kind of get a little bit worse. But like I don't see this patch as being something that has taken the game in a negative direction. It's taking it in a positive direction, and they're doing things that we have asked for, right? Like this whole list of like what is it called? The unique changes. We've been asking for this for a long time. Like, look at how many uniques they buffed up, right? We've been asking, like, hey, please. A lot of the uniques suck in the game right now. Please just make them better. And they did some big buffs for a lot of these uniques. So this in itself is like really nice, but it's fine. Chase you just a very important thing. It's one of the great change. Incursions better be really good. Yeah. I mean, who knows too, right? We haven't played incursions at all. Maybe incursion is just going to be crazy good in the end game, and we're just going to be spending a lot of time playing incursions. And as a result, it is going to be kind of like a new end game at that point, because the whole incursions mode is kind of like a new thing. If you ask me, right? If you ask me, I would have definitely preferred it if they had gone and taken the incursions and just say like basically pull a 0.2, right? Where they didn't add a new league mechanic, but spent the time to like really fix up endgame and change the loop to be something better. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers, and again, I do think they did put some effort into this. Compared to this to 0.2, no, I'm not comparing this to 0.2. I'm saying that if they had done like what they did with 0.2, where they didn't add a new league mechanic, because like I'm thinking that in my mind, one of the reasons why they didn't change up endgame that much was because part of their development efforts went into making the new league mechanic. So instead of taking that time to make a lewd leak mechanic, they could have gone in and taking that time to revamp the endgame. We'll never reach peaks of 0.2. Anyways, lightning arrow and spear meta again. I don't think lightning arrow is gonna be that crazy anymore. The thing is, lightning arrow is still really good at clear, but I also think that the increased HP of the mobs potentially will make lightning arrow a lot harder to play. But also, the single target is gonna be way worse on lightning arrow. You really need a good bit, like good gear to be able to melt enemies. Didn't Jonathan say he coded the new league himself? The new league mechanic he did, yeah. The incursion stuff he did. They didn't nerf it and Roa got buffed? No, Roa got nerfed. Roa got nerfed. They nerfed Lightning Rod, which was the main single target, right? I think Flubgun said it was a 60% damage nerf on Lightning Rods, and Roa just got nerfed today. Well, it got nerfed before with movement speed, and now today got a spirit nerf, which I still don't think is enough. But again, the fact that Roa Lightning Rod, your single target, is like so much weaker is gonna like prevent so many people from playing.
For many. When it should be
Yo, Mr. West, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? How's your stream?
It worked.
How understaffed do they need to be for the boss to need to code himself? I don't know, man. If they didn't fix the roll buff, you can still snapshot the move speed penalty. It wouldn't matter too much. I'm hoping they fix the roll buffs, because there's also a buff where, like, if you had CI, right, you could just not get knocked off of Roa. Can you see it? Tell us what the new Roa nerf is? Yeah. So Roa nerf, of course, right? We had the original one. No longer increases movement speed, so that was the original nerf, right? But now it also costs 100 spirit instead of 60. I still don't think it's enough, by the way. I still think Roa is going to be pretty insane. So happy Ice is making a comeback. Roa's still busted? Oh, yeah. It still is. But it did get nerfed. It did get nerfed. But I still think it's insane. By the way, guys, again, while we have a couple of new raiders coming in, as you guys notice, I'm using a nice little Opera GX browser right now. Look at this cool little, theme that I have for my Opera GX browser. If you guys want to try out Opera GX, which is a nice, sleek little browser, very gamer focused, has the ability to choose themes, a huge selection of themes, to be honest, and also allows you to go and monitor your resource consumption and lower resource consumption when you're playing games, and have things like Twitch and Discord connected to it. Please try out Opera GX using my link. It helps out the stream a lot. And you don't need to do anything. Like, you don't need to pay anything. All you need to do is click on the link and download Opera. That's all you need to do. Hashtag ad. Any Gooner-friendly themes? I'm in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Opera GX has all the Gooner-friendly themes. It has all the Gooner-friendly themes. We can go and get more themes. Let's see. Show all, get more, right? Look at all these themes. You can get Lo-Fi Girl. You can get Gojo theme. You can get Undertale. You can get Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, One Piece. You can get Hoshino Ai. You can get a Shy Lily one, too. Wow, look at that. Oh, Daki. Oh, baby. Look at that. You know, you can get all these themes. Huge list. There's 8,935 modded themes you can go for. Is huge. So yes. Please support the stream. All you need to do is click it and download it. Is there a Dragon Ball Z theme? Oh yeah, of course. Of course. Actually gonna try to download it. Chrome is eating us so much. Yeah, do it, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. Is there one with a dancing miso on it? Nope, not at the moment. Maybe we could make one. So should we just go Pathfinder and run past all the mobs instead of actually attacking? Pretty much. Pathfinder, I think, is going to be the most OP, most powerful ascendancy. I think Pathfinder is the most powerful ascendancy in the game. It's definitely not Deadeye. Let's not get it twisted, right? It's not Deadeye from last league, but it's still really strong. Which transformation I make first? If I do make a transformation class, it'll be Wyvern. Uber Laking looking insanely strong. Yeah, it's not going to be like, you know, something that's going to be carrying you with no gear, but you're going to need to invest into it. But if you do, it's going to be really strong. Talking about Wyvern, look on Discord and see what I sent you. You can fly infinite. Interesting. I mean, I'll look into it. I think Deadeye slightly better, but Pathfinder a close second. Interesting. You can make the roll large and heavy stun proof with giant support. Pathfinder are probably going to the go-to for people who want to risk 3 tablets, max effectiveness on all 3 too. The thing is, like, Pathfinder is just going to offer you so much too. Because, like, Pathfinder itself also, remember, with Pathfinder, you get this, which means that you don't have to worry about temporal chains or chilled ground. So not only is it going to offer you a lot of, you know, options and flexibility, but it also means that you can just run any map and you don't care. The opera prize link looks absolutely fire. Yo, let's go. Also, hinder aura temporal bow. Exactly. You just can't be slowed. You just can't be slowed. Are we gonna water some plants? I'll water some plants with my flyer breath. Is probably what's gonna happen. Probably gonna be watering some plants with some flame breath. I'm gonna be dragooning. Yep, that's likely what's gonna happen. But I don't know. As I was mentioning earlier, there's a part of me that feels like I should at least try to like farm currency this league at the beginning, and I don't think Dragon is going to be very good. Like, I'm going into it fully expecting Dragon is going to be kind of mid, if at best. Can you believe Rabbit is not starting Edson's Drain Contagion? Don't worry. He's playing Druid, which is really close to the, you know, the end part of the tree, and it's going to be an easy swap as Drain Contagion. How to make currency, get to endgame, get to your hideout, done. Oh, man. Do I profit craft at the beginning? Because I was thinking about, like, Sugma farming, but I don't know. Maybe I do some profit crafts and get money. Dragon Power Charge Gen into Flicker Strike, which is buffed by Shaman's Rage. I mean, the thing is, you don't need, what is it called? You don't need Dragon to Power Charge farm. You can just use the same old Profane Ritual stuff with like cast on crit and stuff. Better not, I've seen you craft. I think rolling magma thing looks pretty good actually. It's a projectile, it overlaps, etc. We'll see. I mean, I just don't like using rolling magma. Rolling magma, like, unless they changed it from PoE 1, right? To make it feel better, I never liked using rolling magma. It's a wyvern, not a dragon. You know what? Same difference. Jonathan said Brag Breath will ignite stack and do big damage. Well, Jonathan says a lot of things. Jonathan also said that, you know, he has no problems with regals in campaign. Jonathan also says that he barely plays the end game, which is probably the only true statement that he's ever said. So, you know, that's all I'm going to say. Go to Mark for endgame. Jonathan cannot beat Uber Arbiter. I don't know. Mark plays a lot of endgame. He has like 80 hours. Like, I don't know, man. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure the 5 people who are balancing the game at Grinding Gear Games will be able to make all of these abilities work flawlessly. 0.1 you get fun, I'm not worried. Oh yeah, I think 0.1 will be fun. I mean, look, I had fun in 0.2, guys, okay? I had fun in the dark ages of PoE 2. 0.4 is going to be a good time. Fire music, thank you. Just spend a mirror worth of currency and any skill works. Just spend a mirror worth of currency and just play Essence Drain Contagion. Easy. Make it OP to track players in the league and tone it down in a month or so. I mean, that's what they did last league, sort of. Steam client, or should I download the standalone one to get preload? I mean, I've never had a problem with preloading on Steam, to be honest. It's always preloaded for me. Since you remove Waystone instilling, does it mean that there's no more Delirious modifiers, making monsters 300% harder? Therefore, endgame mapping becomes trivial. So they are increased. So it depends, right? It's not necessarily trivial. It's just that the ceiling of the endgame mapping is kind of going down. But the average difficulty of maps are going to go up because all the monsters are going to be 40% tankier. Because they have a 40% more health. Or is it more or increased? I forget. I don't know if they ever specified if it's more or increased, right? And when you speak in like a presentation, it's, you know, more and increase is kind of interchangeable and like normal English language. Use Deli Portal, it scales to 40%. Yeah, if you use regular Deli, you can still scale it up. But just like, you know, instilling. Mapping is more difficult if you get 3x tablets. Running 12 mod maps are not easy. 3x risk tablets. Once Poe 2 endgame catches up to Poe 1 endgame, it's going to be insane, in my opinion. It's already the second best ARPG behind PoE 1. Oh, yeah, 100%. I don't think there's a question that PoE 2 is the best ARPG behind PoE 1. And that is insane to think about because it means that Grinding Gear Games basically just has like the kind of like a monopoly on like the ARPG genre. Because like it's not even about like being the best 2. It's like being the best 2 by a wide margin. It's the best 2 by a wide margin. Nothing comes close. Incredibly wide. Yeah, exactly. Be so wide. Is there a be so wide emote? I feel like there is. Well, there is. Oh, he had a chance, but they shot a whole machine gun to their foot. Well, I'm gonna be honest, right? Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like last Epoch probably did not choose to shoot themselves in the foot. My assumption is that at the end of the day, last Epoch as a game just wasn't profitable enough. And they needed to sell the game to make money. Like the developers at EHG, right? They probably needed to sell the game if they didn't want the game to go end of service. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, right? Their payment, their like monetization model was very similar to last Path of Exiles, right? And the cosmetics, not that great. And the number of people playing the game, also a lot less. So it was either sell the game or let the game die, which both would have led to the game dying, probably, right? But one, they get money in their pockets, and the other, they don't. It feels like a 15-year-old game. Have you played, after you play Fighting Quest 2, you think it has a chance beyond single playthrough? I did enjoy playing Titan Quest 2, if I'm gonna be honest. It did feel good to play. So if they actually can make it like fun in the end game, I do think there's a chance that it'll be good. Will it be anywhere close to Path of Exile 2? No. But I think it's a box price game, so you know you'll at least pay for that. And yeah. It might not be a long-term ARPG, right? It might be like a situation where you play it a couple times and then you kind of stop playing it and then probably never return. It feels like a 15-year-old game is not even a competitor. For sure, but still the first decision from the new owner killed the game for me. I think it killed the game for everybody. Let's be real. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I just like wonder, right? What are these companies doing to like, why do they make these decisions that just like kill their game for them? Especially when it comes to like a game like Last Epoch, where it like, I mean, it had a player base, it had a decent player base, but it's nowhere near like Path of Exile or like Diablo 4. Like Diablo 4 can make a lot of mistakes and they'll still have a good amount of players. But there's just like a lot of old heads who are just like, oh, I'm just gonna keep playing Diablo because it's what I played as a kid, right? So like no matter what they do to Diablo, like those people are always gonna play. But like Last Epoch doesn't have that sort of legacy for them to just kind of go around and mess around. Is Chinese PoE2 monetizing differently? Yes, Chinese PoE2 is very different. They have pay to win over there. Like they have, I think they have like looting, like pets that loot for you. I think there's probably like maybe like a subscription model thing there too. I don't know, but there's definitely like paid stuff that gives you like more advantages than PoE2. I'd pay for the loot pet. Did I plan on starting Chayula Monk again? Hell no. TLI's the only one that understood some people want more PoE and they got successful with it, and the pay to win monetization keeps from being mainstream. Yup. After making Chalupa, you need 2 to 3 seasons of rest before you try again. The debate there is so too hard. Well, again, in today's podcast with Try, Mr. J, the big J, Jonathan Rogers, JR, he mentioned that they are going to be reworking how chaos works in the future. So potentially when they do that, Chayula Monk will maybe be viable. All up for it. Could be cool. How stressy are you trying to get this league? I've got a fairly simple make 150 div, 200 without really trying, but I'm trying to blast it out in chat, really DM. I mean, if I want to make money, right, I could probably just profit craft and, play the market. That's probably just what, if I'm going to plan to make money, that's what I'll do. Is JR from Dallas? No, he's from New Zealand. He said he needed some kind of debuff? Yeah. He needed to make it some sort of like ailment. Then he's fake JR. Yeah. I think at this point, right? I think we're just gonna start Wyvern. I'm like doing all this like hemming and hawing and stuff like that, and be like, oh, what should I play? But I feel like my choice is probably already made. I'm probably just gonna do Wyvern as the league start. We're gonna probably play Pathfinder. The question, right, again, is either we do Pathfinder Wyvern or we do Gemling Wyvern. And part of that I do think depends on the tree. I mean, I think Pathfinder Wyvern is basically like a shoe-in. Like, I don't think there's going to be... I think that's probably the best ascendancy for Wyvern in general. But part of me wants to try Gemling. Trust me, because Pathfinder, because you can access the Druid tree better. Probably Gemling starting area. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Pathfinder, to be honest. It's probably what I'm gonna do. Like, part of me does want to start Druid, because that's what I always do, right? I always play the new class. But I just don't think that... Let's take a look at Shaman, right? What does this class offer? At least what we know so far. So we have like rage stuff, which is not bad for Wyvern. Well, you can't even generate rage while you're doing your breath anyways. So it's like, yeah. The other thing though, right? I think like if we were playing Wyvern, I think Hate Forge might be a requirement. Because I don't really see how I'm going to generate rage outside of using Hate Forge on Wyvern. What's the Apocalypse do? It's the I think the Apocalypse is this thing. What is it called? This thing with bear that you see on the screen, where it's gonna rain down meteors. If they show that here, I remember they do. Yeah, this thing right here. You see, it rains down like meteors. Oh, it's Walking Calamity. Rain, comets, all three elements. Oh, it's this one then. It's oh gosh. Where is it? I think I need to go to my TikTok for it.
Guys, it's almost...
Where's the freaking volume for this? Whatever, we just mute it. Mute tab. Is it this? Oh wait, no, it's not this one. It is this one. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it. We're gonna get to it. It looks like this, basically, right? Where it's like raining down like comets and then lightning storms, and then you have like the ice storm right there that rains down, right? Yeah. So you see like the ice storm, and you have like little lightning bolts that come down, and then you have the comet. So it's gonna be like a passive thing that just happens in the background. I could probably find a better image of it. Path of Exile drops. I don't know. Here we go. So if we go to this right here, I don't know why it's on Chinese subtitles. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. You see, it's right this. So you activate it, right? The lightning bolt comes down, the fire comet comes down, you have the ice storm. That's what it is. Apocalypse 100% bait? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Triple elemental chaos around you? Basically, yeah. Anyone starting Storm Sork? I think there will be a good amount of people. That's another league start that I was potentially thinking about. Stormweaver playing with Firestorm. Because I just love Firestorm so much. Firestorm Sork might be like a second build that I make down the line. Because I feel like it might be tough to start as a league starter anyways. You think it's worth? What? You want it to be good? I mean, there's a lot of things we want to be good in this game. But I'm gonna be honest, most of the cool skills in this game, like the cool looking skills in this game, aren't very good. Like if you think about like the history of Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile 2. What have been the best skills in the game? We had Tempest Flurry, which was basically just heralds. It just looked like heralds. You had Spark, which is basically heralds again from 0.1. Or actually, it wasn't heralds. We had Spark, I guess, which maybe some people would think it's good. We had Lightning Spear, kind of boring. Lightning Arrow, kind of boring. And we have Spark again. It's like all kind of like boring skills. Icewall Choir was fun. I'm sorry, Shaman, because free rage generation is OP by itself. Stormstork with Cockspark, will it work? I mean, I think if you're trying to do like cast on builds, like using meta skills, the invoker angle might be the way to go. Because like you have meta skills now have 50% increased reservation efficiency. It's pretty nice. Will Flicker be good this weekend? I mean, Flicker's always gonna be good. The one concern I have about Flicker is that if they reduce the amount of density, right? If they're reducing the amount of pack size that we have in the game, what that basically means is that we're going to be potentially Flicker won't be able to flick around the entire map. It might be a situation where you're going to flicker like 3 times and then stop. And that would be kind of boring. Flicker Strike Bear, unfortunately, you can't really flicker as a bear. Something what is it called? I'm trying to think. I had a discussion with my friend in Japan about the shock and lightning element that I thought was really interesting. And I don't know if we ever came to a conclusion with it actually, but I feel like lightning has always just been traditionally the best ailment in Path of Exile's history, mainly because of the fact that lightning has shock, right? And until we either get rid of shock or give the other abilities, the other elements, like a shock like effect, it's basically always going to be the best ailment and best element. Because even if you're not playing a lightning ability or a lightning build, you're going to try to find some way to fit in shock into your build regardless. Oh, that's right. We were saying that if you got rid of lucky on lightning, right? If you got rid of the ability to make lightning abilities lucky, potentially lightning would be a lot more balanced. Because that's kind of like the big downside of lightning, right? That fact that it has a big range, but that kind of gets somewhat mitigated when you have lucky. But if you get rid of lightning as lucky, then that downside actually still exists. You think bad lucky is a bad thing for PoE? There's more of that. PoE using the skill themselves. Well, that's mostly in PoE 2. PoE 1, it's less so that's the case. But at the same time, lightning is still the dominant element in PoE 1. Can't play lightning skills. I don't find it satisfying. I like the pops that ice and explosion and fire does. It's more satisfying. Yeah, it's more satisfying, but it's still better, like, functionally, right? Where was lighting not the best QO element? I don't know. I don't remember, honestly. I rarely play casters anyways, so the only reason why I remember PoE is that it's recent. In other games, I don't play casters. Can't wait sword and daggers and 2B mine. All right, so if we're going man, if we're going wyvern, right? I feel like, am I gonna wait? What's the level requirement on this? Level 13, so it's pretty early on. But I doubt I'd be using this early on. I think like early on, we're probably more likely gonna be using. Oh wait, why is rolling magma not on this list? What the heck? Why is rolling magma not on this list of skill gems? GG. I think you missed something. Want to see? I'm excited for the new patch. Yo, let's go. Can't wait for sword cycle to have 10-second cooldown, require 9 charges to use. Yo, don't say that, man. Don't say that. It's gonna make you depressed. Several showcase skills aren't. I see. I wonder if they have it on PoE 2 DB. Rolling magma. Yes, they do. Oh, but they don't have anything here. It just says this. Okay, never mind. There's a tooltip in the showcase. Oh, is there? I wonder why they didn't what is it called? Update it on PoE 2 DB then. Let's see if I can find it. I think if we're talking about like what looks like the best shapeshift, I still think Wolf is probably the best shapeshift. It has the most mobility. It's the fastest. It hits fast. I think Wolf is probably still going to be the best. Where's the tooltip? I'm trying to look for it. I don't see it. The wood effect's so pretty. Bear's gonna dominate for sure. In reality, right? Looking at this thing, okay, let's see. 510 to 691, 50% reduced attack speed, 32 strength. Bear skills convert 80% physicals to fire. Enemies are present of exposure. 5 glory every 2 seconds. I wonder if this is going to actually be good. I mean, it's a level 72 talisman. I wonder if talismans are going to have plus levels to skills. To, like, I don't know, melee skills or whatever. Or attack skills. Like, what type is it going to have? I wonder. Are they called talisman skills? Glory per second is extremely build enabling. Yeah. The one thing I was actually looking at, right, was Smith of Kitava. They have this right here with glory, I think, right? Let's see. Body armor grants 60% increased glory generation. And then what is it? Spear of Solaris. Removed, generate 100% of monster power with glory on having something enemy. Now generates 1 glory when you inflict freeze, shock, or ignite on enemy. Spear of Solaris, Smith of Kitava, boys. How about it? Is that our league starter? Spear of Solaris, Smith of Kitava. Do you see this build? I mean, yeah, it's not really like a build per se. I don't think like anybody can make any builds right now. Like these are all just like theory crafts basically, right? Nobody actually has any real information about anything. So like all of us are just like kind of like theory crafting things. And nobody actually has any like proper builds up. Yes or no balls. Great bossing. We don't have any bossing skills rotation or tree listing there. I'm not trying to throw shade on stream, all right? I'm not trying to start drama on stream. I'm not trying to start drama on stream. I am. Nobody can do the math now for bills, all is bait. Yeah. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with like being like, oh, this is like my concept, or like this is my idea, or like whatever, right? But when you say a build is gonna be able to do X, Y, and Z without having the numbers, without having the new tree, without having anything, especially on a completely new class and completely new skills, right? I think that's just being a little bit dishonest there. Going back to work. Time to start the next T-word drama. What do you think about Spark Druid? I mean, they do have cell damage starting point, because if you do get Arcane Surge Note really fast, you'll have Rage Regen. And, well, the thing is, right? Unfortunately, Spark is not a good skill. It was not a good skill in 0.1 to 0.3 either. Spark was only strong because it was a good Adelui's carrier. But with Adalui's being gutted, Spark is kind of back to 0.2 levels, which means that Spark anything is probably not going to be good unless there's some crazy OP thing that is just making everything OP. Free cold infusion 100% is 100% more flat damage. I mean, maybe. I still don't think it's very good. But also, I'm not a spellcaster player. I'm not a caster player. I can only talk about how Spark was in the past. What do you think of Pulse Circle Ring with Titan Bear, Slams, Herald of Ice, and Ash? I mean, it's fine. I think it's just going to be as good as any other Pulse Circle build. But the thing is, like, one thing we need to keep in mind is the density of this patch is going to be lower. So potentially the Pulse Circle and stuff is not going to be as, like, potent. Why can't we see the new tree till release? You know, that's a good question. It's a very good question. Grinding your games, why don't you let us see the updated stuff earlier? What's Spear Solaris? I've never heard of it before. Yeah, don't worry about it. It still doesn't exist. What damage numbers would you expect to need on Cold Infused Spark POB for it to be good? I mean, again, it's a little bit hard for me to say as a person that never played Spark, as a person that never plays spells. I know that people are kind of like showing off their Spark builds at like 8 million DPS last league. So probably like within that ballpark range is probably what we would want. Probably more, to be honest, actually, because monster health is scaling higher. Do I share Thorns passion with Kaltorok? I don't play it. So I like Thorns. I do like Thorns. But I don't like how Thorns is implemented in Path of Exile 2. Because my like fantasy of Thorns is like the guy who can just stand there and just kill everything without attacking. But in Path of Exile 2, Thorns is not like that. But yeah, I think Spark is going to be really, really tough to make work this league. And maybe, again, maybe the infusions will prove to be helpful. And useful, but it's hard to say. Any chance Iron Ward is gonna be good with the buffs? Oh, is that for what is it called? Witch Hunter? Or was that Iron Ward? I have honestly never looked at this skill ever. Stores a percentage of physical damage that is prevented by your armor and other sources of damage reduction. This skill releases stored damage at a nova of spikes. Now has a high radius, stores that amount of mitigated physical damage. I mean, the thing is, like, Iron Ward reminds me a lot of like Plague Bearer. And Plague Bearer, while it was decent last league, well, first of all, Plague Bearer is a lot easier to activate, right? You don't need to take damage. All you need to do is deal damage. Anything that requires you to take damage is not going to be a very good skill, because in reality, in Path of Exile, if you're killing fast enough, you're not taking much damage. So it's not going to be this is a clear skill, right? If you look at this, Nova radius 6 meters. So if you're not taking that much damage, then you're not going to be able to deal that much damage. Yozo Daddy, how am I doing? Good, good. How are you doing? It's like worse Plague Bearer, basically. And Blake Bear last league was good. But the thing is, it was good because we had Piety's whatever, or whatever it's called. Piety's Mercy. But we don't have Piety's Mercy this league, so it's not going to be as good. Maybe we're going to go crazy on Shaman's League. I mean, we'll see, because it did get nerfed majorly today. It got absolutely gutted. Maybe it could be combined with Scold's Bridal, but even then, it's better uses case for Scold's. Yeah, you see right here, right? Yo, Gengar! Thank you for the 2 months, man. I appreciate that. Welcome back. But yeah, it only gains 1 charge now instead of up to 3. And it's once every 3 to 6 seconds. As opposed to... Yeah. Yeah, it got absolutely gutted. Page Forward's gloves, yes. Only way for builds that are gonna release for Druids to see the vision. Oh, I think Druid builds, most of the Druid builds out there are gonna be very vision based. Because the class itself just seems like a very combo based class. Like overall, there's a lot of like, oh, using charges to do XYZ, using rage to do XYZ. Like it's a very combo based class, which is very vision based. Vol double corrupting to get rid of negative, which is losing all rage, be crazy. Well, I think we established, we were talking about this earlier, but I think only Vol items, right? Like Vol items can have Vol-born effects, which I don't think is Hateforge a Vol item. Actually, it is, right? It's from what is it called? It's from the freaking Trial of Chaos, right? Temple of Trial of Chaos. Which items are the Vol items? Do we have like a list of Vol items? Hateforge's Wrathfist is too. Oh, there's a Reddit post. List of Vol uniques. There it is. You. Yeah. Mm. Oh, Dorian has prototype. Imagine you can remove life cost and cast on Crit Shield new craft. Let's see here. I mean, I guess you could get rid of... I mean, what would you even get rid of on this? I don't think you would even want to get rid of anything on here. I guess maybe, yeah, I don't think you would even want to get rid of anything on here. Get rid of the last line of Doriana's prototype. With Rockiata's flow. Lightning resistance does not affect lightning damage taken. I don't think that would change Rockiata's flow, though. Not what you lose is what you get instead. Yeah, true. Also, I'm surprised that Rockiata's flow did not get nerfed. I wonder if this could be anything. Nah, Soul Eater's just not that good in PoE 2. Ooh, constricting command. Yo, new constricting command builds. This could be kind of cool. Get rid of the rarity or something. Mm. Nah. What about Louis? Gutted? Yep. Absolutely gutted. We need transmog for grip. I agree. Ooh, a series of cutie is going to be pretty good too. You're going to probably be able to get rid of like maybe like intelligence or armor or something like that for something nice. 8 forges. This one is the power shreds could be potentially something good because you have the +1 maximum frenzy charges and the critical damage bonus per frenzy charge, and then you do that on like a power charges, and then you do that on a power charge consumption build, I guess. Like maybe like a flicker strike build, if that is a good line that you can get. Dota 2 power treads. Can you check somewhere of the new legendaries or not yet? Well, everything that we have is going to be here in here. So these are the only ones that we have so far. We don't have all of them. Power treads, so we can reroll the movement speed at 35. I mean, there potentially could be some like movement speed buffs on like boots rerolls. I think that's a possibility. No omelets. Ming's heart. Soul tether adorned. Oh man. Let's see here. Nothing really. Wrathpith could be kind of good depending on what you can get. This is okay. Not that great. I mean, it could be okay. Having the crit chance crit damage is pretty nice. It's not a bad thing. If this one could roll something good, it could be potential. Maybe. Oh, this could be pretty good. Coward's Legacy. Adorned. I wonder what this can roll. This is just one line, right? So if you Voidborn this, would it get rid of that? Because that would be terrible. Yosef Gia, Zola can be legit OP. What are you seeing in it? You remove the extra life cost on after you can pretty much dominate the lead. Blood Mage. Basically use it as like a sustain for Blood Mage. And you get rid of the degen. Yeah, you basically get like infinite ES from it. Crown of Eyes Druidic Champion passive on Shaman. Every rage grants 1% more spell damage. Yeah, it's possible for sure. And I also wonder what the ceiling of rage is going to be this league. Like, how high can we get rage? I mean, so when it comes to like league start stuff, right? When it comes to like the philosophy of like giving us the tree early, late, or whatever, I just like, for me, I think that they should either give us everything at once or give us nothing. And also, I mean, I guess it's actually, I take that back, right? Don't give us that much. You know why? Because what's going to happen is let's say they release the patch notes with the tree, right? The same time they did. They've already been nerfing stuff, just like last league, that people have been theory crafting. Imagine if we had the tree. We could do so much more theory crafting. And that would mean there would be so many more builds that just get completely gutted and nerfed to the ground. So you know what? Yeah, don't give us the tree. In fact, you know, I'll take it another step. Don't give us anything. Kinetic rain. Oh, rest in pepperonis. What's the rage cap right now? I think it's like 30. I don't know if there's anything that increases rage cap right now. Maybe like 40. Rage. Let's see here. Oh, we have here maximum rage, right? We have 2, 4, 6 plus 8. That is okay. There's nothing over here, so that's gonna be 14 rage. So that's like 44. $48. Yeah, 48 it looks like, because we don't have axes. So it's about 48, I guess, right now. Just teaser videos until release date. I mean, to be honest, I would be fine with that. I wouldn't hate that. What do you mean not increasing rage? Are you asking me? Oh, I didn't say that. I was saying I wonder what the maximum rage is gonna be. And then we have this, right? And this give us another 7. And then we have another 4 right here. And then another 4 right here. So it's like off the just like what we have so far. We have 48 plus 4, 52, 56, and then we have 63. So 63 rage just with what we have. And then if I think they're going to add more, which means that we could potentially get that even higher. Really easily go to 70 max rage. Isn't there some socketable that has max rage? Oh, is there? I'm not sure. Rage. Dude, I hate searching this stuff up on PoE2DB. It's so bad. So there's this one, yeah. The Soul Core Ferocity. I'm assuming this is probably a limit 1 type of situation. Yeah, it's that one. So the plus 4. What was it earlier? 68 plus 4, 72, something like that. The mark is gonna be fucked for what? I don't like the limit thing they did. I don't either. I mean, I kind of get it because they want to like limit the power level of builds overall, I guess. I don't know. Because like overall, what they're trying to do, right, is they're trying to like level, like they're trying to not push the. They're basically just trying to like not power creep, right? They're trying to pull down the ceiling, but then also like pull down our ceiling to like that way it's not like a situation where they need to buff the monsters and the enemies. They can nerf the enemies while, you know, not worrying about us being too powerful. What the fuck is this song? Adding lives these players always push me more creative, which is good. IMO. I mean, I agree. I always said that, like, even with these support changes, right, where we were not, like, before when we weren't able to use duplicate supports, I was for that. I liked not having, like, I thought it was, like, interesting for, like, build crafting and build theory crafting. But I think people probably have more fun being able to use supports on every single skill. I think Essence of Horror should be completely removed or reworked. I think Essence of Horror was way too powerful for the rune sockets that it gave. Like, for the effects of the sockets on those specific pieces of equipment, your gloves and your boots, I think they were way too powerful. I don't necessarily think that this is the... I know that this is part of what they're trying to do, like, trying to, like, reduce the power of Essence of Horror, but, like, I don't really like the way that they're going upon it. I'm gonna be playing Druid. I am gonna be playing I'm not gonna be playing the Druid class most likely, but I'll be playing Wyvern most likely. Have I decided League Start? Yeah, most likely Wyvern Pathfinder. Pathfinder Wyvern is probably what we're gonna go. Playing Flame Breath as our main skill. Breeder for Druid nodes. Werewolf Invoker. Amazon's low-key been buffed. Oh yeah, I mean, of course it's been buffed. Of course. Definitely. Like, will it be, like, how strong will it be, though? I'm not sure. Did they limit every non-standard rune to 1? Pretty much. I mean, you can see there's a huge list of runes that are limited to 1. Like, look at all these, right? All of these runes. It's certainly not every one of them, I don't think. But yeah. So for example, let's just say, like, a non-standard rune. I don't know if you would count this as a standard rune or a non-standard rune, right? So as you can see, tithing, right? Armor grants 100%, 100 lightning thorns damage. This is not on this list, right? Tithing. It's not there. So it's not every non-standard rune, but a lot of them. I'll go Deadeye, and if your Pathfinder rocks, I'll join your hype train. I don't think it'll be rocking. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it'll probably be fun, but will it be, like, crazy good? Probably not. Yosa Takara, glad you're back. Hope you're feeling better. I am. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is it a permanent cat and mouse game where players are just chase the next strongest combo, which gets nerfed and goes on for forever? They can still implement uniques that raise the limit. I don't think that's interesting at all. Well, I would say to counter that, if they were going to do that, I would want them to introduce those uniques this patch. But even then, right? If you think about it this way, they had a unique that made it so that you can use multiple skill. Like, back in the day when you couldn't use multiple skill or support gems, right? You couldn't use the same support gem on 2 skills. Nobody really used that helmet. It wasn't really useful. So it's like they need to implement it in a way and in an item where it makes sense and is actually, like, usable. I just think that at the moment is not very interesting. Just, like, moving a number up and down, I think, is just kind of Buff to +3 with new lineage might be S tier. I think limits are interesting for build making, but the way that they've introduced these limits is not very interesting to me, is what I'm saying. Is it also a vol unique? I think what is this? No, I didn't see it here. I don't think it's a vol unique. So fixing res with runes is gone. No. It's just for this. It's for a lot more of the upper end runes, like the more rare runes or whatever you want to call them. The basic runes with like iron runes, glacier runes, those are still, you can use as many of those as you want. You also real caged. Good morning. Good morning. I am really like a bit sad though that they got rid of Piety's Mercy. I don't know. Do you guys think that Piety's Mercy was OP? It was good for sure. And it kind of made a lot of the lightning warp builds kind of like, I don't know. Would you say they were busted? It was OP, but it was cool. Yeah, maybe it was OP. How does warp work now? It just works the same as it always did, to where you would only warp to an enemy that is callable and hopefully you didn't kill him before. Did it change? Oh, yeah, that's right. So if used on an enemy that is not under the coal threshold, it will now apply a debuff that will cause its normal warping behavior automatically if the enemy falls under the coal threshold while the debuff is active. So basically what this is, right, how I understand it, is that you can use it on an enemy and it will basically apply a debuff. You're not going to warp to it, right? You're not going to warp to it, but it'll apply a debuff to that enemy that when they fall under the coal threshold, you'll automatically warp over to them while the debuff is active. It kind of it depends on how long this debuff lasts, and also again, this debuff depends on how fast you can cast it and on how many enemies, right? Because I'm assuming lightning warp is not barrageable, so you probably cannot put seals on it. So you're probably going to click the enemies one by one. For Mjolnir, it'll still work. It might be really bad on Cock now. Like Cock may cost lightning warp to continuously reply this debuff on some full life enemy, even though it's a callable enemy. I'm assuming that it would probably, hopefully, prioritize a callable enemy over a non-callable enemy. But that is true. If it doesn't prioritize, right? You could have a situation that's like this, where like you have a bunch of enemies, where let's say these are the enemies, right? And then you have one enemy over here that's callable, but you as a player are right here. So if you do cast on crit, because it can target this enemy, it can target that enemy, it can target this enemy, it could target this enemy, right? Because it's just going to apply the debuff. What's going to happen is you're going to keep proccing the debuff portion on these enemies, and you're never going to call into that enemy. But, the hope is that GG thought this through and was like, that's not fun. It should prioritize the callable enemy. But will that be the case? Can you invite Pal to the podcast? I'm this close to simping for him instead of you. All I will say is there some situations in the past may have led to Pal maybe not being too happy with our podcast. He was going to be on our podcast at the beginning of 0.3. We don't know if those situations still exist. It may pick those enemies over ball lightnings, like somehow other people use lightning warp before. Ask him again? Oh yeah, we will. Is Iron Ward a new Druid Spirit Gem? It changes this morning, make it super usable. Well, the thing is, B-ups, how I would describe Iron Ward is kind of like a worse version of Plague Bearer. And for the most part, Plague Bearer was kind of like a niche skill at most, and you could activate that by yourself, right? You could build charges by yourself. Of course, last league was better because he had Pieties, but we don't have Pieties this league, so it's probably going to return back being a niche build, niche ability. So I don't know if it's going to be that good because it requires enemies to hit you, which in a good build, you're probably not getting hit that often. My favorite podcast now, Law Call, Captain Last feels like they're not delusional and blind. Robot voice, yeah, I'm sorry. I fucked that one up. Warp spell totem could be cool. Yeah, if only spell totem didn't cost like 3 power charges, you know, you having to spin on 1 foot for 5 seconds and like, you know, playing table tennis with 5 opponents and winning to be able to actually use. People were not happy with Alcohol's good takes. I mean, people are never happy with takes. There's always be somebody who's unhappy about a certain take. That's always just gonna happen, unfortunately. I don't know why that's the case. I mean, I know why that's the case. People in the world are weird and stuff like that, but yeah. Archmage Armor Stacker that stacks of Skull's Bridle is 500% of mana cost hits yourself. Doesn't say an enemy hit. What would you be using Skull's Bridle to proc? They haven't explained why bench or bench equivalent is bad for the game. Oh, the Iron Ward. Oh. I mean, if you could sustain the life, yeah, it seems like it could be something that could work. Do you think Herald Flicker will be good in 0.4? Crafts are kind of hard now, though. I mean, if it, in general, it shouldn't be any worse than before. The only thing that I will mention is that the ability for Herald to chain is going to be a lot harder because the density is lower this patch, meaning that there's less enemies for the Heralds to chain to, which means that Herald chaining like might not be that useful anymore. Lightning Coil has some damage taken is a buff too. I doubt it'll be enough though. People will be unhappy with my take, or else I'll will be happy with my take, or else I'll discipline them as their uncle. It looked fun. Yeah, no, it was a good time, but unfortunately, this keep kind of like removing our ability to clear an entire screen, which again I think is probably healthy for the game, given that they want to go in a direction where they're more incentivizing a slower, more like combo gameplay. Which, if you're gonna have all these like mobs on the screen and builds that are blowing up an entire screen at the time, it's gonna be very hard to incentivize that type of gameplay style. What's faster you get a minion to respawn after dying? That would refill Iron Ward as well. Um, trying to think, because like the only way I got like the minion respawns to be basically infinite or instant was using Last Gasp. So without Last Gasp, they like the respawn timer was still relatively slow. So it was probably like 3 seconds or something like that. But they might have added more stuff since I tried it in 0.1. Kind of want to do Ritualist since they buffed the mini Headhunter. Well, the thing is, the mini Headhunter thing, it's still only 1 buff, right? You only get 1 buff, which is kind of like rough, in my opinion, at least. And you have to like RNG like the correct buff too, so I do like the change where Ritualist got like the 25% damage increased, right? 50% more, 15% more damage for enemies affected by Blood Boil. I think this is a really cool change. It actually gives you another ascendancy point that is useful. One buff and also animation. Blood Bowl doesn't work on unique enemies like bosses. Oh, really? It doesn't? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it would just be it works on everybody. I mean, maybe it would be it'll come into play with the increased HP from the monsters this patch. So that you're able to clear better. I don't know. We'll have to see. Like, is the 40% increase HP gonna be that impactful for builds? Because if it is, then maybe this extra 50% more could be impactful for clearing. Did I see a Flicker Messiah made an auto bomber? Why am I blanking out his name? Oh, Mage Fist. Are you talking about Mage Fist? I thought you were talking about the Chalupa Monk on PoE 2. Why are we talking about PoE 1 right now? The heck? What a weirdo. Who plays that game? That buff for the duration is honestly making me want to play a new one instead of Druid. I thought you could get more than 1 buff on the ritual and sacrifice. You steal it, not sacrifice health. I guess not. Yeah. I like 327. Shut up. I mean, I did, but right now we're talking about PoE 1. Or PoE 2, not PoE 1. The heck? Is it your YouTube? Jenna posted a video. BD2 will no longer release on Steam. They denied the Wait, what's BD2? Oh, Brown Dust 2. Oh my god. Speaking of Brown Dust 2, when I went to Japan, dude, oh lord. There were these like Brown Dust 2 2D like little like thingies, right? Kind of like little photo frames. Kind of like this size, right? Kind of like this size. And like there was it was a lenticular, but it made it 3D. So you could see the booba in 3D on a 2D frame. It was insane. I wanted to buy one, but I think it was like super expensive. Or like you had to like lottery for it or some shit. Did I interact with any anime girls? No, I did not. They're not real, unfortunately. But alright, guys. I know I only started stream recently, and I've only streamed for about 4 hours, 4.5 hours, but I am still kind of on the recovery. I'm still on the mend. So I think I'm going to have to end the stream here. But as per usual, we will have a last section of the stream, which is the gacha giveaway. But also, again, reminder, please, if you want to help support the stream, please use my link for Opera GX to download the wonderful web browser Opera GX that I'm using right now. We've been using it in the background this entire time. Very, very sleek, very, very cool, very good. Gamer-focused browser that has a ton of really, really cool themes, and it's very customizable too. So please check it out. It'll support the channel a lot. just by downloading it and using it. It's, you know, yeah. You don't even have to use it for long. Just click the link and download. I'd really appreciate it. Actually go to browser. There it is. Gamma time, yeah. Unfortunately, this is a opportunity for folks on Twitch only. So if you are over on YouTube, please come over here onto Twitch and participate in the marbles game into the Gacha giveaway. 9 and 5 hours. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still on the recovery. I'm still on the mend, and I have to wake up tomorrow too, like early tomorrow. So we're probably gonna end it here. Tomorrow, I think what we're gonna do is we are gonna be going and doing some league start practice, as much as I can, and potentially like try to update some of the builds that I made last league to be at least hopefully viable for this league. But yeah, all right, folks. Exclamation mark play to join on Twitch. Again, if you win, you get to participate in the gacha giveaway. And if you get a 3-star horse or an SSR card, you win a $10 gift card. So come on down, folks. Exclamation mark play to come and hang out. I need to know what you're gonna play, so I'm gonna avoid that. I'm gonna play the class that you're playing, all right? Whatever you play, I'll play. All right, you guys have 60 seconds to join. Do you think Gathering Storms will be good this league, by the way? I think that... So, and I mentioned it in the video today, but originally I thought that it was going to be pretty nice with the buffs and changes because, you know, if you have a bigger limit of shockwaves, it's going to make you do more damage. But looking at like the footage of how my Gathering Storm work in the past, it never really exceeded like 10 shockwaves anyways, because I never broke more than 10 walls. So I don't know how much better it's going to be for like single target bossing. It's probably going to be more for like mobbing and AoE clear, which could be interesting. Double damage on firepower, ball lightning. Yes. I was excited to see that. Maybe we try to cook up something that there later on. Can I raid Palsteron? Sure. Boom. All right, you just made it in, Rexon. You just made it in. All right, let's see. Mr. Legendary. Looks like you are up first batter right now. Guys, Japan trip was so much fun. It made me wish that I could live in Japan. And to be honest, it is part of the conversation about, you know, potentially moving to Japan for at least a little bit. We'll see, though. I know that, you know... Oh, Legendary. Rest in pepperonis. It's just, like, so convenient. So nice. It's anime land, so I could go buy anime stuff all the time. Lose all my money on anime goods. It's a good time. I'm trying to move to Japan too. Damn, never mind. I don't want to move there anymore. Never mind. I take that back. All right, Mr. Jason. Loaded up front. Oh, close battle up here. Jason, Sato, who's going to win? Ooh, Jason looks like he might have a slight lead over Sato. And a boom, our first place, sir. Congratulations. I'm slowly learning Japanese language is more confusing than English. One word can mean 8 things. Meet some real cold takoyakis there. Yeah, you really can. You really can. All right. Looks like, unfortunately, I'm pretty far back, but not last. All right. Congratulations, Mr. Jason, on your W. And, oh, shoot. I need to update this game. I haven't updated it in, like, 10 years. Oh, shoot. Hopefully it doesn't take 10 years to, like, actually launch. Oh, luckily it does not take 10 years. Thank goodness. Alrighty, here we go. I'm not gonna scout this because I already got her today in like 20 pulls. So I'm gonna do this. Good luck, Jason. Hope you win.